Previously on Eternal Yard Sale Explained Live.
I love you.
One moment of true happiness, of contentment, and that's all is taken from you.
Angel, there must be some part of you inside that still remembers who you are.
Dream on, schoolgirl. Boyfriend is dead.
Did you know this was gonna happen?
I was sent here to watch you.
You can't do it. You can't kill me.
And now, the conclusion.
Oh, she should have kicked him harder than that. Hi, I'm Iris Jade Grimm. And this is Eternal Yard Sale Explained Live, Part Deux. And over there on the couch is my lovely partner and assistant, Bronte Grimm. Let's get a big hand for Bronte Grimm, who is also the hair and makeup artist for Eternal Yard Sale Explained Live. Can I get a hi, Bronte?
Hi.
Bronte is known for their laughter, and you will hear it. And when it gets too out of control, we got this, so that you know that we are killing the Bront. So. All right, so we streamed for 9.5 hours last time. I don't think it's going to go quite that long this time. I don't think there's nearly that much left on the end of this. We've been through most of the videos. I think we're cool in terms of, not going to do another 10-hour stream, because that was nuts. And it was a lot of fun, but still nuts. So thanks to everyone who showed up again. I know there's several people that were not able to make it, and to them I say, please watch the VOD. But yeah, the first thing I wanted to do right off the top is kind of explain, that's the name of the show. That's the name of the movie. Explain why I'm doing this. Why I'm covering my own project. And that's a good question. The coverage in the ARG realm is not what it could be. When these things are discussed, they're typically put into these videos where it's all explained. You won't have to actually engage with the game at all. You can just watch it, say, oh, that's cool, and then you never have to go to the actual content creator site or pages or Twitter accounts or anything. You never have to do anything to quote-unquote play the game. You can just say you experienced it and go on with your day, and that's fine and all, but when that's your only... It's fine and all for like a video game where there's millions of people who know about this video game, but for small creators, that sucks. And also the people that are covering it right now don't really dig into themes. They don't talk about what was intended. And I've got a guy without a muffler driving around out here, so we'll just let him kind of, work out his issues. And he's got a few, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, there's no real exploration of anything beyond, ooh, this was spooky, or ooh, this was really well done, and that's about it. Like, this was really well done. So there's a lot to Yard Sale that is very thematic and has meaning, and I want to impart that meaning to my own work and have a record that, you know, that's what it meant. Even if, you know, just for my own sake, just having it out there, I did this, I was here, this is what I meant by it. And so I'd really like having it as a live stream, but also I really wanted that sort of document, that video document of the whole thing. Because as I said in the stream on Monday, Yard Sale going forward is going to be completely different. Not completely different, but definitely in the way that it is delivered, the way that the fans are going to be able to interact with it. That's all changing. So, and I'm still working on that. That's still very much a process. But when it comes back, it will not look quite the same. And so, like I said in the other stream, this was all sort of an exercise in kind of capping this era of Yard Sale, and then kind of hopefully anyone who's interested can watch these and get up to speed if they want to, and then going forward, things will be different. So, with that all being said, let's get into this, huh? So we'll make me smaller again, and yeah, I just want to point out our cameraman Francisco up there. He is chilling, hanging out, doing his job. He's doing a great job. I have no complaints, no notes for Francisco. These are the socials for all of the Eternal Yard Sale.
Sarah just said best in the business.
He is the very best. Only the finest people here at Eternal Yard Sale. These are my socials. And now we're back to this. So at the end of the last stream, we had just finished Vengeance at Sea. I'm not going to explain that again because I just spent all the time in the last one explaining it. So, but anyway, Vengeance at Sea has concluded. Lady Sarah is back doing Yard Sale again. So it says here she's returned. Time to get back to business. There's another puzzle piece. Again, that'll be later. But I wanted to go back. There is a piece kind of in the middle of, or at the beginning of Vengeance at Sea, and that takes us back to Whitefall, actually, where Lady Sarah. So this is right after Lady Sarah has escaped from Velcorp, and now she is back on this dude's bullshit. Is that the same dude, or that sounds like a motorcycle?
Oh, this is a motorcycle.
Yeah. Sorry, it's warmer here in the PNW, and we have to have our windows open, and that's the price you pay for that. It's also the other reason we did the stream tonight instead of like Monday, is because it's going to go back up into the 80s over the weekend, and that's very uncomfortable for us. We have no AC, so we didn't want to do the stream then. So Friday was the last night we could squeeze it in before everything went topsy-turvy. Okay, so Lady Sarah has just escaped from Velcorp, and she is now touching down on Whitefall again. I touched down on Whitefall's hateful turf once more, hovered lower, toe just grazing the surface. grace, elegance, poise. Then I shouldered hard into the stubborn earth, coughed at the unsettled dirt, and broke into sobs soon after. I don't know how long I was there, my tears streaming down to give the first kind of shower this particular wasteland had seen in months. And then she was there, wavering like a mirage at first, then solidifying. My heart leapt at the silhouette, the revolver at the curve of a generous hip, a battered, pinched front hat over an untamed mane, my emerald in the rough, my thistle. No. Phoebe Mosey, the best gunslinger in the multiverse, a legend, a deity. She knelt down beside me as I continued to spasm in anguish. Well, I do like the new look, she started to quip, but her voice cracked halfway through. I felt her arms wrap around me as she whispered, "Gods, Mary, I'm so sorry." And then I finally allowed myself to pass out. So he nearly blew up Earth's moon just to demonstrate how insufferable your savior complex is. Damn, I think I might just love this man. I didn't come to again for several days. Phoebe had set me up in her bed, a shockingly luxurious affair that was at odds with the rather Spartan nature of her home. And that's where I stayed for several more days, sleeping on and off, which is something of a novelty for me, and recounting the last several weeks piece by piece. She showed me nothing but respect, kindness, and patience. With me better, however, she was back to barbs and thorns. He nearly obliterated the solar system! Phoebe was sitting in a rocker she had pulled over next to the bed, cleaning a revolver. He knew you were good for it. He was just showing his faith in you, twit. It's also possible he's a lunatic, but I'm going to go with my first thought. Why would anyone have faith in me? Apparently I could just be switched off by Velcorp, made to spout company line gibberish like an automaton. Athena only knows what else. She dumped the revolver in her lap with exasperation. Do you have any fucking idea how many people break free of Velcorp's control? Sadly, no. Afraid that's one of the areas where Phoebe interrupted me by flipping me off. Then she used her extended middle finger to point at me. Just you. I'm not a person. I shouldn't have been in their control at all. She cleared her throat with great drama. You're still a goddamn person, Miria. Yeah, we got more juice than most, but we can still fuck up with the best and worst of them. I clenched my jaw. Why do you keep calling me Miria? Because when I first met you, that was your name. You were the mayor of a fine city that you rebuilt from disaster into a thriving metropolis. And then everything went sideways. We got too complacent in our power. Let things slip. Let everything slip. We fucked up. And not even you. Me! The Six. You fought until the bitter end to stem the tide of the river of shit we unleashed, and now you're still fighting. Well past the bitter end. Tears had started to fall down my face again. Eminence. The jewel of Lake Winona. She was an absolute beauty, like the lady that built her. You remember much? I tamped down a sob and shook my head. Just bits and pieces. I was starting to remember more, but then they got a hold of me. She nodded somberly and returned to cleaning her gun. It'll come back. Yes, it will. I took a deep breath. They're still away. Miria, Sarah, you've just been through several worlds of trauma. Maybe we can put the whole savior thing on the back burner just for a... No. I will not have gone through that in vain. While I was in there, while I was summoning the will to escape, I also started running a search. I was nearly done, but I was afraid my power would falter before I could get out. The memories are scattered, but I think I can reconstruct them. I sat up, making sure I had her attention. They had hundreds of skulls, Phoebe. We'd have more than enough power to fix things. Wait, in one place? Yes, they're idiots. She snorted. It was honestly kind of adorable. So between you and me and Captain Lunatic's gunboat, we could make the heist of several lifetimes. Phoebe Mosey bit her lip as she turned to look out the window. About time I found some serious gunplay. But I want you to get help in figuring out where this is. I'm gonna need independent fucking verification before I saddle up. Believe it or not, I already have some very good people helping me. She's talking about you, the fans. You guys. She's talking about you. You're the very good people. She whirled, eyebrow cocked. You? Letting someone help? There may be hope for us yet. I threw a pillar at her. Oh, shut up. And get in here. Phoebe just put a hand on the bed and started to haul herself up, then stopped. I ain't her. I gripped her hand without pulling. Nobody's asking you to be. And this is actually a link to one of the analog horror bingo boards I did. And I don't think anyone ever found all of these. So there's still one hidden out there for you all to find, but yeah, that was Whitefall. And so that was right before she took off on Vengeance at Sea, basically. She's trying to get Scallion's help so that she can steal this cache of Danny DeVito skulls. And I think that's another thing I wanted to touch on in this stream is the fact that the concept of a MacGuffin is the thing in the movie that the people are after that doesn't actually have any meaning to the plot itself, but they're all after it. They're about Maltese Falcon, all the things that Indiana Jones was after. That's a MacGuffin. And so all the MacGuffins, it's a ridiculous concept, and so all the MacGuffins that are in Yard Sale are ridiculous. Like Danny DeVito skulls. And again, if you didn't see the last stream, we did sort out that these are the skulls of other Danny DeVito's multiversal counterparts. So he's not just manufacturing skulls out of his skull. Like he's not 3D printing his own skull out of his skull. Anyway, multiversal Danny DeVito's, not the thing that I can't figure out how it would work. Alright, so we've completed Vengeance at Sea. Let's go to the Twitter and see what's next. Okay, so we do have the yard sale next. We'll go over there. And so this is actually the first yard sale that was done in probably like 2 months, because I think Vengeance at Sea was going about 2 months. May 26, 2022. This is also a very important date because this is the founding of my old forum's anniversary. So this is the anniversary of the day that I founded the Halls of Hysteria back in 2009, 2008. And so I wanted to make sure that, you know, we were kind of back to doing yard sale for this so that I could at least kind of pay tribute to, 2006, May 26, 2006. Pay tribute to the old girl. And so I will read this one. Obviously, May 26, 2006, Hall's Isle. The incredibly rare Animorphs novel where the main character turns into a Dorito and is quickly eaten. A single lock of Axel Lunden's hair, questionably sourced. That's a Under the Surface reference. Eve Ghost could not be here right now, unfortunately. So they're
Steve Ghost.
I'm sorry, Steve Ghost. Their name is now Steve Ghost. everybody, make sure that you're calling them Steve Ghost. But that is their project, so that's a little nod to them. That really cool robot from Rocky 4. Hopefully one of you knows what the robot I'm referring to in this. One heavily customized but inert Green Lantern ring. Cherry and napalm hostess fruit pies. 3 bear traps, used. Incredibly small Batman costume. Complete Zebra 13 action figure playset. Stove memorial dedication program. A grab bag of lament configurations. Ooh, this is relevant now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tylenol, the car. Transparent dynamite, and the Trivago guy. Now I know in the last post on Whitefall that Phoebe Mosley sort of took issue with Miria selling sentient creatures, and Miria has backed off of that. The Trivago guy is not sentient, so you do not have to worry about him. He's fine. I think he's mostly fungus, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the Trivago guy is actually a fungus. Don't look that up.
Just trust you.
So this is the first one back in a couple of months, and the reason for that, again, kind of discussed this more in the last stream. I was working at a warehouse job. It was horrendous. It did horrific things to my body and to my mental health, and if the places like this could be outlawed, that's what I would lobby for. Because no one should have to go through that. But anyway, this is close to the last day that I worked there, and so that is another reason why it's starting to get back to normal, is that I once again have the time and mental energy to do this again. All right, so we'll go back over to the Twitter, and then Ash from Cafe and Diner, which is another great project that you should all check out. They drew this with one of their characters having the lock of hair and the Danny DeVito skull. And it's just a really cool little drawing, and I love it. And thank you so much, Ash, for doing both this and the other piece of art that you did for Eternal Yard Sale. Again, just made some days that really needed something to make them, and very much appreciated that. Did you just for real break my Garfield's collector's mug from McDonald's? What a tragedy. Okay, so this is the next big thing in Yard Sale. This is the next big thing in Yard Sale. So after my warehouse experience and Miria's own sort of a warehouse experience, that's when you start to see this. And this is the big puzzle that kind of carries us through until basically where I went on hiatus is this, which I have just sort of dubbed the trauma puzzle, because it is pieces, fragments of Lady Sarah's experience at Velcorp, and one of these blocks is supposedly the location of the Danny DeVito skulls. And so obviously it's been solved at this point. It did get solved like end of August, maybe mid-September. And so the way that this was going to get solved is that Miria started posting these sorts of images. And she was not consciously aware of her posting them, and she could not interpret them herself. So she had to depend on players to kind of say, hey, you posted this and there's a number in here that matches one of the pieces of trauma. And so that way Miria could, knock that location off of the list of possibilities because she had been there before. And we'll also find out what she actually had to do when she searched these locations later on. But for now, basically players would see these posts and have to clue Miria in on the number that's in there. So here we have IT90. And so then that let's see if I find IT90 in here. Here, right here. So that was the first one that got eliminated, basically. And so that kind of continued. We didn't clear out all of them, but there was another way of solving this puzzle. In the last one, I talked about Todd George, and there's actually a slide where you see Todd George. And there is a book that I actually put out on Amazon. You can buy it. It's like 99 cents or $1.99 or something like that. But it's Todd George's Byzantine, a Farce, or Byzantium, a Farce. And the entire thing is, I think it's like a 80-page book, and all the words are Todd George. Except a few. And those few words will clue you in to what the solution to this puzzle was. Especially if you're the fan of a certain movie. But we're going to get back to this, because solving it gives us a piece of the story that's way down the road. So we're not ready to solve this yet, but this is what players are starting to look at, and what you'll start to see more on the Twitter page is these kinds of images of Sarah's mind basically producing images. And this was meant to mirror sort of the way trauma works, is that we sometimes aren't aware of the things that we're doing that are trauma symptoms. And so we do have to sometimes depend on other people to tell us, well, why are you doing that? That's fucked up. Stop doing that. So in that way, it was basically Miria saying, please help me figure this out. Obviously, one reason is she wants to get to the cache of skulls, but the other is that this is, and we're going to know why later on, that this was a significant amount of trauma that she went through and needed help processing it. And so the next one is a retweet of Baggy Bay Fish, and if Elon Musk had a single-use time machine, he'd use it to eat a Galapagos turtle before they became extinct. Yes. And I felt like that fit perfectly in the structure of the turtle yard sale, especially since we have made fun of Elon Musk a few times. And then so we're going back over here because we have another yard sale. All right, so September 3rd, 2501 in Waterworld, the excellent Kevin Costner movie that everyone loved. And so we got The Car, Johnny Cash builds in one piece at a time. Pinkerton Detective Agency memorandum announcing the promotion of Kate Warren to director. And if you don't know much about the Pinkertons, they're basically the precursor to the FBI, but they were a private agency. And Kate Warren was actually one of the top agents. So it's not a huge stretch to put her in that position, because she was one of the best agents the Pinkertons ever had. So, not a stretch. Again, yard sale trying to make better endings for femmes and queer people and minorities. Kate Warren, director of Pinkerton Detective Agency. And from that we go to Spicy Cheerios. So there's always tonal whiplash in yard sale. Do not ever think that there will not be tonal whiplash in yard sale. A photo album of bears building the Golden Gate Bridge. Slow, menacing cover of I'll Be There For You by the Rembrandts. Tarantulosaurus Rex versus Octolobster court documents. Dude, are we doing it? Are we killing the Bront? I think we're killing the Bront. We killed the Bront. Killing that Bront. Bront, since you want to interrupt, what's up in the chat?
No, it's pretty quiet right now.
Okay. Well, fine. Fine. Okay. Collection of historically significant mustaches. Do you not remember this one? Or? All right. Killing the Bront. A tea kettle with poorly understood motives. Legacy version of Chutes and Ladders with all expansions. The only hardy gardenia in all of existence. So another thing about me is that, you know, I'm into Star Trek, I'm into Transformers, we all know this, we talked the entire stream, most of the references in Yard Sale are Star Trek references, but I also like plants. And gardenias are just like, you sneeze on these little bitches and they just like disintegrate. So they are gorgeous, they smell phenomenal, but they are just finicky jerks. The entire horsecore aesthetic. What do you think the horsecore aesthetic is, Bront?
Wearing hooves and walking around neighing.
We're not talking about this is not pony play. No. Send pony play out of the room. We're not talking about this. This is the horsecore aesthetic. What is the horsecore aesthetic? Chat, I'm opening this up to you. I want you to what is it?
Sarah's like, no, that's pony play.
I specifically said to send pony play out of the room. We're not doing that right now. That's a separate thing. That's its own thing. This is horsecore. This is horsecore. All right. Cinnamon raisin pot stickers and a stack of really cool zines. These zines are completely rad. I'm serious, I love these zines. Now, if you're wondering why she's sort of obsessed with zines, you'll see in a second here, but I wanted to see what else is... So here's another piece of the trauma puzzle, and that says GR78. And so she's also confirming that, nope, it's not here. So it's not at GR78. And then, yeah, and this is also a period in which I wasn't doing any of the features or anything, because again, I had just gotten out of the job, so I'm recovering. I am honestly still frightened that they might, like, haul me back. And if anybody knows anything about Fred Meyer / Kroger, like, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. But yeah, so some of this is during a pretty awful period, but I was basically using yard sale, and I've been using yard sale as, you know, comfort and something to keep my mind occupied during all of that. And so it was invaluable. It kept me going through all of that, and yeah. All right, so back to the zine, and then this is the zine flavored Eternal Yard Sale. So this is August 20th, 1991, Olympia, Washington. We've got Fish and Cantaloupe Smoothies, Unsolved Mysteries, The Dumb Shit, Missouri City Hammers home jersey. Missouri City Hammers reference. Missouri City references. A single Cry Violet plant. Cry Violet plant is extinct. 2-bedroom, 1-bath cicada husk with balcony. Man, I would love a 2-bedroom, 1-bath cicada husk with a balcony. Can you imagine? What do you think the rent on that is? Like $1,500?
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The underrated joy of leaving a terrible job and putting its flaming wreckage firmly in your rearview mirror. Yeah. All ye bully rooks with your buskin boots. And if nobody's heard the what is it? The
Medieval core.
What is the name? The Von Blingen of is that what the Von Blingen? I can't remember, but they do the medieval covers of songs, and they did
Bardcore.
Yeah, Bardcore.
Sarah just said Bardcore.
Okay, yeah. And then Gluten-Free Shuriken, A Multiversal Guide to Astrology, 83rd edition, Assorted Lot of DB Cooper Clip-On Ties, Screws the Game. So there's a few pieces in here. The Assorted Lot of DB Cooper Clip-On Ties is a reference to basically, I guess, Destiny must have claimed a bunch of ties as she was taking out DBs on the moon. And then we'll see that there are letters here that are different. Those aren't quite the same font as the rest of the thing, and if you spell all those out, then you get Whitefall, which would tell the player to go and check out Whitefall again, because there's a new update. And so then they get the little piece of the Miria going back to Phoebe and getting comfort from Phoebe. We gotta get those skulls. And then we got the picture of the imbalance here, firing away, which is now again under the excellent care of one Captain Scallion. We got a piece of the puzzle with Miria standing on some street, but again, that's later. So the skulls are very much still on Miria's mind. She's escaped. She's obviously doing yard sale again. She's better, but she still wants this prize. She's not ready to give up on it. And then so there is an actual exchange between her and Harold here. So I need to go over to Harold's account. He reacts to the events of Vengeance at Sea with somebody was going to destroy the moon, And then when Miria comes back from Vengeance at Sea, the Mind Spike network comes back online. So he is saying, whoa, everything went all J.J. Abrams there for a minute. I think, yeah, the Mind Spike network is back. And so then he says, this is all still May 26th. I haven't really made much headway in my search for my fellow Missouri Citian here, but I think I'm going to take this opportunity to pop out of the safe zone for a bit. Destiny's already taken off, it seems. Typical. So again, Destiny was kind of guarding Harold. He was stranded on our Earth, the Earth of the safe zone in Kansas City. And, you know, now that he can use his Mind Spike again, he's like, it's been nice, but I'm going to go to a different, better universe. And so he actually leaves for a little bit after that, and we don't see him again until June 2nd, where we learn that Miria has made good on her promise to him to let him have a blog on the Eternal Yard Sales website. So he has, at long last, I have a column again, or a blog as the little ones say. Eternal Yard Sale, the fine line. Not a heavy hitter out of the gate. This old crow's got to stretch the writing muscles a bit. Anyway, thanks, Lady Sarah. And so we can actually go over to that. We can do that because that is well within my power as a person. And this is the first one he did, so we will read that. Chorus and Multiverse. Okay, bear with me because it's actually been a few years since I wrote a regular column, so I'm probably rusty. That, and I've been flung into an entirely different reality. That's got to affect something or other. Anyway, Lady Sarah has been kind enough to offer me a little space to write about my experiences in the multiverse. Sadly, with the Mind Spike network down for several weeks, I haven't done nearly as much exploring as I would like. Instead, I've spent most of my time stuck in the Kansas City, Missouri of 2022, and I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you how much of a picnic that isn't. I'm still unraveling just how different my universe is from this one, but I can damn sure tell you we wouldn't be letting a godforsaken virus run rampant. But if I get on my soapbox, I'll never get off. The promise of the multiverse is tantalizing. I have not yet mastered or even really apprenticed in how to operate this Mind Spike thing, but I've already seen things I could not have imagined possible. Hell, I've seen aliens. I've met Leonardo da Vinci. Don't meet your heroes. I rode a dinosaur in what I found out later was a petting zoo and was sternly lectured by a young man who clearly needed the entertainment. I saw a version of the Golden Gate Bridge that was painted blue. But I still want to be able to get back to my universe and find out why I was ejected from it. I was asking around the Fulcrum, which is a version of Earth that's basically become a hub for multiversal travelers. So this is a little piece of lore that we have, is that there is a kind of, not necessarily a prime Earth, but one that has been agreed upon that multiversal travelers sort of use as the neutral Earth. And a couple of folks said they had run into another guy who'd been asking about Missouri City, Kansas. And that's what led me to getting stranded back in the safe zone when the Mind Spike network went down. And then apparently someone was going to blow up the moon? I still have no idea what was behind all that nonsense. All Destiny, my reluctant bodyguard, would tell me when she came back was that the moon remains intact, and then she blinked out as soon as the Mind Spike network came back online. Let me tell you, if you need someone to keep a secret, she's the one to see. I got out of there right after she did. I need to go back, but 2022 Safe Zone is one of the most depressing places I've been. I need a palate cleanser, so I'm currently staying at a version of Astoria, Oregon, occupied by humanoid ravens. They treat their multiversal tourists very well. Decent coffee, too, even if it still isn't good as Pine Jay's. I'll build up some positive energy here and then head back to Kansas City to see if I can track that guy down. Hopefully he's from my universe and knows how to get back. Alright. So that is Harald. and they are gonna, someday, and again, it sucks because Harold was initially conceived as an entirely different character. He was very cis white male in their previous incarnation, and when I kind of ported him into Yard Sale, I had to change quite a bit, including that they are a they. And
so, Sarah just asked, how do you do multiverse travel without infinite energy?
that's a good question. And I'm going to actually let slip a secret that I had been keeping, but I don't really see the point of it. It's going to come up eventually, and the mind spikes. Obviously, I don't know anything about infinite energy. I'm not going to get down into the granularity of how this works because, to be perfectly honest, I don't care. It's magic. There's a space witch who and there's void crabs and such, but mind spikes.
Einstein has left the chat.
Yeah. Bye, Einstein. Mind spikes actually can only be operated by neurodivergent people. The only people that can actually go from universe to universe in the Yard Sale verse are neurodivergent people. So that's the secret. That's the secret. We're the only ones that can pilot the multiverse. All right. So, Harold has his back. Harold has his back online. We should probably check in with our little hacker friend over here. And Johatsu is not having a good time. They come out of the Mind Spike network going down with some very serious problems. Fuck. I don't know what the shit happened to the Mind Spike network, but at least it's back up. If we go by the book, like Lieutenant Savick, hours could seem like days. Another great thing is that it turns out my biotech limbs need the Mind Spike to work. So everything's been fucked. It'll take me 90 days or more to sort this all out. Hurts too much to keep at this. For now, POM. Later. So again, at this point in the story, we don't know who this is yet. But they just used POM, and Harold uses POM. Is this someone from Missouri City? It's possible. And then if we go up here, and this is... Okay, this is later, so we're going to come back to that. But, so yeah. Johatsu, looking like they might be another refugee from the lost universe that Missouri City inhabited. And also making a very excellent Wrath of Khan reference. So rather than 90 days, they are saying this is going to take 90 hours. And it actually ended up taking them longer than that. Alright, so June 9th. Now we are at June 16th. And let's go back over to Twitter. Oh, cool. Also during this time, Harold gets a little message, but first he says he's back in the safe zone. And it's hot as hell, and I hate it. Gonna check them all, then crank the AC as high as it'll go. And this would be June 14th, so it would be very hot in the Midwest. And then Harold gets this. Harold finds this somewhere. And so this is a picture of 4 members of the Pokemon 5, the 4 that disappeared and were spotted on camera. This is their last sighting, and he's received this. It's clearly a wadded up piece of paper that he's unfolded, and then on the other side, what else does she know? So someone has put this in, physically given this somehow to Harold. And then, so he obviously at yard sale says, "What is this?" Sarah says, or they say, "What are you getting me involved in now? Nothing that I'm aware of. Where did you find that?" "It was wadded up and shoved in my mailbox. So who am I the target of now? Which alt-reality assassin league has a hit out? Is there some mirror Harold that wants to eat my heart and absorb my power? What?" Harold's kind of done with it at this point. I don't entirely blame them. They've been ejected from what, you know, every description seems like a much better universe than ours. So that alone wouldn't be enough to anger me. But then they just keep kind of getting shoved down the chute. I don't think any of that is happening. But if you're really worried, I could ask Destiny to come guard you again. Thanks, but no thanks. Who else here would know about the Pokemon 5 case? And that's where Mediocre steps in. And Mediocre says, all of us, to be honest, and links this video. And so now that Harold is finally in this time, the correct time, the correct universe, he can see this video. So he has not seen this video. He does not know that his universe is gone yet. Nobody has told him his universe is gone. So, my universe is gone? It's just gone? And Mediocre says, honestly, I have no freaking idea how it works, so maybe? But the good news is, you and those students still exist. Do you remember anything about the kids? And Harold is just like, I'm sure you're a lovely person, so hopefully you'll understand if I don't want to continue this conversation right now. I'll revisit this when I don't know what, honestly, later. So Harold checks out, and then he actually ends up blocking Eternal Yard Sale, or Lady Sarah. And tells her off. So Harold is not happy, understandably so. And that was kind of a payoff I had been waiting for a while, was Harold finally realizing that it was gone, and that Sarah had been, telling him that she was trying to make it right, and then coming to find out, maybe she can't. And so from there, the show must go on. Eternal Yard Sale posts a new fact track. This is a new design for Fact Track. This debuts just now. So it says Nurse Chapel had a bisexual index rating of over 1656, which was a Starfleet record that wouldn't be broken for a generation. And yeah, if any of you have not watched Strange New Worlds yet, I highly recommend it. I know you have to subscribe to Paramount Plus, and I am so sorry that is a requirement. However, it is well worth it. And so with this new design, it kind of put in some complications or like kind of the what do we got?
Sarah asked if Riker broke the bisexual index rating.
I think so, and then it was quickly broken again by Dax. Actually, she's more pansexual though, so I don't know if that still falls under the bisexuality index rating.
It does.
Okay, so Dax, I think Dax is just it now, right? Like there's nobody else past Dax that so far has so far. So I'm adding in all sorts of little things that sort of that I can modify to indicate that things are amiss or that you should be paying attention to this or something. So this is very much rebuilding the features into more of the game. And so there's binary code up here. This just says Space the Final Frontier. So there's nothing game related in this part yet. This is the baseline fact track, and then later on the idea was to start using those as little things that you'd have to decode or pay attention to get pieces of the story. So that's fact trek. And then now we are at June 16th. So we got April 95th, 9813 in Infinite Springfield. We've got flavorful owl dioramas. They're flavorful. The episode of Quantum Leap where Sam Beckett leapt into Scott Bakula and stopped him from doing Enterprise. Damn, I wish that had been Monday's stream, because that was actually the the anniversary of the premiere episode of Enterprise. So that would have been perfect. We could have stopped it. If I had just gone 2 hours longer, we could have prevented Enterprise from ever existing, Bronte. I'm sorry.
Sarah said no one celebrated that.
I killed John Hughes' tote bag. That'd be kind of interesting. You wouldn't get in trouble for that, would you?
I don't know.
Well, if you want on your own to make a I killed John Hughes tote bag, I release the rights of this idea to you. Wow! Now that's what I call Dogs Driving Cars Volume 4. Rare footage of Fran Drescher doing the voice of Daria. Oh. We gotta do it. We're killing the Bront. We killed the Bront. The Bront is dead.
Sarah just said that all I got was this toe bag.
Alright. We killed the Bront. We did it. Working together. Sugar plum flare. Take two. Sugar plum. Take three. Sugar plum fairy that will stab you so many times. Yes. And please note that Sugar plum fairy is a different color. Eternal Yard Sale, the video game for Nintendo Virtual Boy. That would be uncomfortable. That feeling you get when it's raining and cool and you get fast food as a last resort and it's somehow the best thing you've eaten in weeks. And for just that moment it seems like everything is going to work out for the best. And no, this is not a personal thing that happened to me, so don't fucking ask, okay? Hey, we got overly fertile credenzas on the prowl. Fellas. Credenzas. They're overly fertile. Murder Horse, Modesto, Director's Chair. Didn't I have like a whole series of Murder Horse tweets at some point?
Yeah, because we were making jokes about that.
Yeah, so I think these tweets are on my own personal account, so I'm not going to go after those right now, but because I'd have to like scroll way down. But yeah, Murder Horse we did Murder Horse Modesto and Murder Horse Valley Forge, and
I think what was the theme for it? I'm gonna stomp you in the head.
I'm gonna stomp you in the head, Murder Horse. All right. Isn't it just too dreamy and on a cloud of silver haze? All right. So let's go back over to the Twitter. All right. We don't need to go back over to the Twitter. That was a mistake. I'm a fool. Stop paying attention to me. Okay, we're not there yet. We're not there yet, kids. Cats and kittens. Okay. So again, back to the. I wanted to mention Sugar Plum Fairy. It's in color. The other thing about the trauma puzzle is that these codes up here actually correspond to monsters. So and then the numbers and letters are actually references to that monster. So for example, IT90 is it. It, the movie It. So this is a clown. This says clown. And so you have all of these monsters that once these are decoded, you get the monster's name, and one of them is Sugar Plum Fairy. So that's another piece of kind of another way of getting to the trauma puzzle is being able to decode those monster names and picking them out when they appear in yard sale. So we've got a personals. This is the first one we've done since Sarah gets back, so big deal. Looking for self-love. After watching Loki, I am now greatly interested in finding a female version of myself so I can descend fully into the narcissistic fantasies I have harbored my whole life. The best man. Rat with wings. I'm in search of like-minded individuals who want to bring a certain caped crusader to his knees. In despair. Not in a kinky way. Please don't send me any more fanfic, Harvey. And then we have 3 question marks, so I cannot imagine who this could possibly be. Sometimes my reference game is just so obscure. House Hunter. Wow, what happened to the mind spikes? Who can answer this question? I want to hear from you. I want to see you. I want to taste you. I want to live inside your bones. And that's Kevin. And if you notice, Kevin is in a different color. And if you notice, White falls in a different color, which again is reminding people, hey, go look at that page. And it's kind of important because Lady Sarah is basically using the personals to talk to Thistle, who, from her perspective, is dead. So she's basically just like, I'm sorry. It didn't go well. I hurt more now than I think I ever have. I also remember more, which unfortunately makes the hurting worse. And I feel like I'm farther away from you, not closer. Hopefully you'll forgive some comfort seeking, Lady Sarah. And then Kevin. Kevin is one of the monsters. Kevin is one of the monsters. Kevin is one of the monsters. It's kind of weird. Where would Kevin be a monster in? I mean, I know we probably all know some Kevins who were monsters. I don't want to make, like, blanket accusations about Kevins, but... I mean, they're all probably monsters, right? Sound off in the chat if you know a good Kevin. Manifest those good Kevin vibes. Alright.
Oh, the last Kevin I met was a guinea pig, so yes.
Okay, cool. That works. Alright, so we have a new trans factors. This is also sort of in the new look thing, and so they all have sort of a cohesive look to them with differences now, whereas the past ones had very distinct flavors to them. Now they're all kind of a little bit more cohesive. Bumblebee was originally considered for the role of Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead, and then we have him doing the Carl thing. He's doing the Carl thing, so that's the whole joke. That's the whole joke. And we did it. We did it, folks.
Coral.
Coral! Coral! We now pause for station identification. This has been MCPT, Missouri City Public Transport Television. God. All right. Are we done? Are you alive again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will remove the headline.
Killing the Bront.
Killing the Bront. Maybe we could do a Killing the Bront tote bag.
That'd be cute.
Killing the Bront tote bag. But I think if we made tote bags that we would have to charge like $100 to get $5 on them.
Yeah.
So it's probably not worth it to us. So Lon Noonien Singh is a distant relative of the infamous Khan and also the angriest cat ever. And I think this still says Space the Final Frontier. I'm not entirely certain, but I think it still just says Space the Final Frontier. And then the accompanying text is no relation to Emrys or to Anna, who are like actual, I think the species is called Caitians, who are cat people in Star Trek. Maress being the one that was in the animated series, and Ta'ana being the one that is in Lower Decks, which is another animated series, but is not the animated series. It's Lower Decks. Totally different. Actually, it is totally different.
Wow.
It's like
amazing.
the quality is the main thing that's totally different. It's actually good, and not some Funimation crap from 1970. All right, so that one. We got personals, and then I think we're ready for the next yard sale. Yeah, yep. All right. June 23rd, 2022. We got June 19th, 1978, Pendleton, Indiana. This is the... I think it's the first day that... The premiere of Garfield. This is the premiere of Garfield. We got DJ Airhorn.wave. Diablo Immortal branded insulin. And if there's some non-gamers in the chat, Diablo Immortal, they wanted you to pay to play, and they wanted you to pay to breathe the air that you breathed as you played, and basically everything in Diablo Immortal was paid. And so then... You know what? Never mind. Scorched 1994 Minnesota Twins World Series trophy. Once again, slightly different color, slightly different font, so we know something's up with there. It's a monster. The monster is twins. All twins are monsters. Isn't that right, Bront?
Yes.
Bront is one half of a twin.
It's true.
Yeah. But your other half is a monster, so
Yes.
partly accurate anyway. Wes Anderson's remake of Saving Private Ryan. If Wes Anderson wants to start remaking movies that he absolutely should not remake, I am here for it, honestly. A VHS cassette of TikToks tied to a brick and thrown through the windshield of your car with enough force to crack the dash. I mean, just imagine Wes Anderson's version of, like, say, Fight Club. Living simulacrum of Jessica Fletcher made from the blood of her countless murder victims. Damn, that got dark. Murder, She Wrote, indeed. Kushiel's Boombox by Jacqueline Carey. This is a Kushiel's Dirt reference. This is like the fifth one. Look at me. Some kind of truffle-infused anti-proton scanning beam. Again, last stream. This is a Star Trek reference. If you want to do yourself a favor, go look up these. Some kind of supercut of all the times they said that phrase in TNG. It's absurd. I think they actually say it more in Voyager, even, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it. It's even worse in Voyager. So, Voyager was very Trekno-babble heavy.
Yeah.
A book with no pages or cover. Cursed bathrobe that won't stop whispering that you're turning into your mother.
Oh, Jesus.
Do not want that. Don't know why we're selling it. That'll never sell. We're just gonna have to give that away. That's going to the eternal thrift store, I guess. Oh shit! Should I do eternal thrift store?
Oh, definitely.
The eternal FYE. What is the other one? The one that was in the Midwest. Vintage stock.
Oh, vintage stock.
The eternal vintage stock. The eternal Fries, but now Fries is no longer eternal.
Yeah.
Fries is gone. Hoopla and Hubbub sampler platter, because you want to try a little bit of Hoopla, you want to try a little bit of Hubbub. You don't want a whole thing of Hoopla. Pour one out for John Arbuckle. Which of these scintillating items catches your fancy? And this is... So the whole thing is sort of a Garfield reference, because at the time I think Gilbert Garfield had just started, which is another ARG that's very Garfield-centric. And so I was kind of poking a little bit of fun at that. And then which of these scintillating items catches your fancy? Cat Fancy? The magazine that had all the cats in it? You I work hard at this. Let's go back over to the Twitter. What's going on Twitter? Jesus. Alright, we got some personals. Alright. So we got personals. Whoa! Hey, purple bitch. You missed me. And next time you're gonna get way more than just a scar. And then we have a logo of a DB. Barb D. Barb Dayton is the one potential DB Cooper suspect that is a trans woman. So she was a man or male presenting when she did the thing and then transitioned. And I think, like I said last night, that's the best transition story ever. I hope to fuck that is the thing. I hope that she was DB Cooper. I think that would be phenomenal. But she is basically one of the head. This version of Barb Dayton is one of the head DBs in the DB organization. Seeking holes. There is one. It will lead to the first. Find it. Become resplendent. BHS. Up, up, up. Did we do it? Did we do it again? What gotcha?
Because it's VHS. I know what it stands for.
So if you see that there's some slides, there's a slide in there that might help you when I put the slide back up for this one. But it's still going to be a thing, ongoing, in yard sale, kind of in the background. So I'm not going to explain it too much to you because it's still in play. We got Spritzbird, a redo, which again, these are the little birds that you get at Target. The little costume, fabric-y birds that you get at Target. Spritzbird redo. Bo, it's entirely likely that both of us could use a friend, just a friend, right about now. Let's meet at the feeder. Don't make me regret this. Fuchsia. So Fuchsia is trying to give Bo a chance. I don't know that we will see the resolution of that just yet. In what is left to go over here, but eventually we will find that out. I am not one to leave loose threads. Everyone who has been, obsessively following this Spritzbird relationship will get payoff. I swear to you. Please stop emailing me. Mastication. I am having a torrid love affair with chewing. It's not something I'm proud of, but I find chewing absolutely irresistible. Surely I'm not the only one. Toothsome. Believe it or not, this is actually a Calvin and Hobbes reference, because there's several references of Calvin and Hobbes to a magazine that I think Calvin subscribes to that's just called Chewing. Because Bill Watterson came up with all of these absurd. It's funny because Bill Watterson comes up with all this absurd pop culture for Calvin to consume, kind of like I'm doing. And I cannot lie that Calvin and Hobbes is definitely a huge influence on me, because I read all of those books when I was a kid. I read it every single day in the newspaper and was devastated when it ended. So no surprise that a Calvin and Hobbes reference finally gets in here. But yeah, Barb Dayton is basically saying, "Hey, Destiny, I'm coming for you. The DBs are coming for Destiny." She took out a lot of their people, and they don't like that. All right, so here we are back on the Twitter. We got a new Patreon ad. If you can, I'd appreciate it. If you subscribe to our Patreon, I'd do a lot for my patrons. Do I have any patrons in the chat?
I do not know. I cannot see who's in the chat.
Okay.
So
If you are a patron, please scream ham laser. Yeah. Ham laser in the chat. But they can tell you that I have taken care of them. I have put them in my embrace. It's a warm embrace, and it's a content laden embrace. You will be, by my embracing you, you will have this content downloaded into your brain. That's how it works.
Yes.
All right, now we got super facts, and super facts again. This is a new design for super facts. Jean Grey is an exception to the Schrodinger's cat experiment because Jean Grey is always dead, even when she's alive. And to be fair, Jean Grey has only been alive in the comics for like 10 seconds anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Super facts. And then this barcode. So it's funny because this barcode is actually a thing, but I don't think anyone has ever managed to decode or figure those out. And I feel disinclined to let you in on that secret yet. Okay. So that's super facts. We are at June 28th now, so let's go check on our other Twitter folks. We've got Harold. He's actually done a blog post, so let's check that out. The Fury of the Dispossessed. This is posted on June 27th, 2022, so it's a little bit before this. It's the day before. Fury of the Dispossessed. And so this is the first time we're hearing from Harold since he figured out that his home is gone, and that he kind of I don't know if he necessarily blames Miria for it, but he definitely blames her for not telling him sooner. And then that's another thing that will be addressed later too. Fury of the Dispossessed. I quite literally lost my home a few months ago. It's gone, apparently never to come back. And by home, I mean my version of Earth and the entire universe it inhabited. And as awful as that is, as empty and furious and lost as that makes me, I have watched something happen here that may be far worse. For a while I was stranded in your universe, your Earth. Now I'm here voluntarily, tracking down a lead. And as you might have guessed, it hasn't been pleasant. The safe zone, as it's so absurdly labeled, has been like stepping through a funhouse mirror sans fun. Plagues, inequity, homelessness, and corruption shade every minute of life here. And after a recent ruling that will somehow strip the power from anyone with a uterus to decide how that uterus is used, a lot of people are waking up to the startling realization that their home might not only be lost, but was never what they thought it was in the first place. My Earth was not perfect. We still fight, and there are still charlatans, and people still get sick and die. And as a newspaper columnist, I regularly commented on the problems of the world, and became just a tad cynical as a result. But in our history, our second president was Abigail Adams. The widespread enslavement of the people of the African continent never happened. Transgendered isn't even a term in my world. We're all taught that who we are born as is not who we're expected to die as. And the state of health care is such that changing your body is as expensive, time-consuming, and painful as going to a salon to get your hair dyed. Hell, I was born female, and I'm still the proud owner of a vagina. And absolutely no one is going to tell me what to do with it. Perhaps most importantly, our arguments were about how to go forward, not how to go back. Only now do I appreciate just how civil and productive those fights were. Our society was not obsessed with this notion of the good old days, a lot of air quotes, because we believed we could create better days ahead. Unfortunately, thanks to the safe zone, I have been turned into someone desperate to go back. But I can't. I never could. So as furious as I am at Lady Sarah and whatever other forces conspired to destroy my universe, I am equally as heartbroken for everyone who is now as dispossessed as me. but forced to live every day in the distorted image of the place they thought was home. And so that obviously came after the overturn of Roe v. Wade and the sort of rabble-rousing journalist that Harold is could not continue to be silent in the face of that. And so they finally break their silence. We finally learned that, you know, they were AFAB. We learn a little bit more about their world. And we obviously learn their very disgusted viewpoint on the world that they now are forced to stay in, which is ours. And then also, so we've done June 29th. Harold again does not appear again until August, so he is still not having anything to do with the whole yard sale crew at this point. And then we're at June 28th. Got to go back over to Tumblr for a little bit. Okay, so this is posted on... Shoot. Didn't mean to do that. This is June 25th. So on June 25th, Johatsu posts this, and they say, "I am not a guy, not even once." This is in relation to, I think, either somebody on Twitter or somebody in some Discord frequently saying he in regards to Johatsu. And at this point, Johatsu, we don't really know anything about Johatsu, what their gender is, anything. So they're basically saying, not a guy. It has taken me a lot longer to get things dialed in, and what the deciduous fuck is going on with my interface? Not there. PXXM not there. Response. There. Now you know how it feels. And so we don't have a lot of context for this, but from prior hacking attempts by Johatsu, we know that the response that we get is usually from Lady Sarah. So basically this is Lady Sarah kind of hacking into Johatsu's biotech and giving them a taste of their own medicine. You wanted to hack into me, I'm gonna hack into you now. And then PXXM is another code that goes into the trauma puzzle. So if anyone managed to find this, they'd have another code to give to Miria. And then we have an ad from Long Reads, which, you know, love it. Had to put an ad in here for it. I have no idea. What is Long Reads?
I have no idea.
Okay. Yes, Eternal Yard Sale brought to you by Long Reads. If Long Reads just wants to send me money for that, I would appreciate that. And then this one is on, this is June 26th. So we've got Johatsu posting a GIF indicating that they are in some discomfort. Okay, you made your point. I won't hack you. You won't hack me. Fair? Response. That's all I ask. What the fuck are you? Response. Let's try and be a little less rude, too. What the heck are you? Response. Baby steps. I'm not an emergent AI, if that's what you still think. Beyond that, I don't think I ever knew. Cryptic bullshit. Yes, unfortunately. It's cryptic bullshit to me as well. Oh. Is that scary? Unbelievably so. I don't like cryptic bullshit. I've experienced too much of it. But you have also solved a lot of it too. What's your point? Let's do more than have a truce. Let's have an alliance. Work together to hurt Valcorp and solve the cryptic bullshit that I am. Quid pro quo, huh? What if I don't? You send your Maraskan mid-boss to flay me? Referring to Destiny. I swear to Aelios herself I won't. If you can fix my biotech rig without Velcorp tech, I'll consider it. Deal. Alright, so now we're getting to where Johatsu and Sarah are starting to work together to try and get to the bottom of some of this. We also learn that that she has a biotech rig but she does not want Velcorp tech. So I think we get into why this is the case, but for the sake of clarity, the biotech are the arms and limbs, and then most of that tech that advanced is Velcorp, and thus can be tracked by Velcorp. So Johatsu wants no part of that. Their biotech rig is sourced from elsewhere, and that's why they're having problems making it work for them. We have this on June 28th, so we're still here. Johatsu says, hey, can I send this as a test? Sarah says, ha! Yes. And so this is the bird identifier. And if you press this button, you can identify a bird. Did anybody do it? What bird did you get? Everybody sound off in the chat. Tell me what bird you got.
Sarah just says, it's a bird. Identify bird.
Yeah. That is one of the things that it will do. So this is also a code. 6085 is one of the trauma puzzle codes, but mostly Johatsu was going to.
This bird is named Kevin.
Shit! You need to run. If the bird identifier is saying Kevin is around, you need to leave. You need to get gone. So Johatsu was going to be a little bit more trolly, and so the bird identifier was going to be sort of a running joke where it really doesn't mean anything, but people think it means something. And I'm probably going to still do references to bird identifier, but I wanted to make, that it's just a running gag and not actually significant in any way. And then the next one, okay, so that's I think that's a little bit further ahead than I want to be right now. Yeah, okay. So Eternal Yard Sale, they've tested, they're clearly testing the system, and so Johatsu now can post as Yard Sale, basically. That's what we've learned from this blog, is that now Johatsu, through Sarah, can post into Yard Sale. And then the next one we get after that is obviously Film Truths. Lightyear is the first full-length animated film about the life of astronaut Jim Lovell. Very esoteric take on his life, right?
Incredibly.
Yeah. Is esoteric the right word? Am I using that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then, yeah, we got June 30th, so we'll swap back over here. All right. So June 30th, September 16th, 1810, Dolores Guanajuato. A remorseless, unrelenting mariachi band. Arthur Bryant's Pasta Sauce. That would be a pretty cool horror movie if you were just being chased by a mariachi band the entire time, and you just like that shot of when they like come over, like they're walking down the road and they kind of come up over the horizon. You can see their faces and it's kind of blurry because of the haze, but then the mariachi band appears and it's terrifying. Wait, am I describing the plot of Desperado?
Basically.
Okay. So we've done that. We don't have to do that again. Arthur Bryant's Pasta Sauce? Vodka? I think Arthur Bryant can make a decent pasta sauce. I think that's in their wheelhouse. Brant?
Possibly.
Brant? Okay, I'm gonna finish this one and then I'm gonna go on a break because it has been 2 hours and I am trying to because I went a little too long last time, but I'm gonna take a break after reading this one. I'm gonna touch base with you all and then I'll take a break. Giraffes are real bumper sticker. Can you imagine giraffes being a real thing? Version of Silence of the Lambs with Kermit the Frog playing the part of Buffalo Bill. Gosh. No, that's not the right one. Okay.
I think we tried to go through this before and try to do it. We couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because we were cracking up too hard.
Yeah, it's impossible. Miss Piggy. Curious Jorge by Drew Gooden. This is actually Drew Gooden's joke is Curious Jorge, so you know if I need to send you a couple bucks, Drew, let me know. If you're in the chat, a birthday card that just straight up walks right past you without saying a word, but starts talking to your friends.
Oh.
Victorian era dolphin clothing. So you're Dolphin Gibson girl, right?
Yes.
Or was that Edwardian?
It's Edwardian.
That's Edwardian. Okay, so maybe in the future I will say Edwardian era dolphin clothing, and then the dolphin can be a Gibson dolphin. Isolinear chip labeled shit I stole from the Borg Queen. This is a good reference to season 2 of Picard, which is actually good. I do not recommend the first season, but the second season is awesome, so check that out. 16 tons of cedar mulch drenched in melted Havarti.
Delicious.
Delicious. 25-player raid attunement for Luigi's Mansion 3! This is a World of Warcraft joke also. You had to do these stupid things called attunements to be able to get to a raid. I don't know why they made this game like, you know, filling out your taxes, but Suspicious Concord Grape Jelly Jar. I think I need to emphasize that differently. Suspicious Concord Grape Jelly Jar. And the Trapezoidal Cow.
Yay!
Oh, I need to do the Trapezoidal Cow first, right? I need to show them the Trapezoidal Cow before I quit? Or not quit, break.
After the break.
Okay.
Make them wait.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make you wait for it. This is not the Waldorf Astoria, sorry. Alright. So, we're gonna make you wait for it. I do want to touch base with the chat. Who's in the chat? What we got going on in the chat? What are y'all doing in the chat?
So far it's just me and Sarah chatting, but there seems to be other people watching. We just not chatting.
Alright, lurkers. Time to make yourselves heard if you want to. Sound off. But yeah. So now I am going to take a 10-minute break, get rehydrated, get out of this chair for a second, and then when we come back, we will continue. My God, I didn't change the chapter. I need to do that here. Now the chapters change. So now I could go to break. Eat slideshow. And we're back. During the break, I realized that I don't want to do this anymore, and I would actually like to unexplain everything that I have explained over the last almost 13 hours. So, if you all could just forget everything I've said, that'd be great. I'm not going to neuralize anyone because I feel like there's few enough people that you all can just like kind of forget. So I do just kind of recommend drinking heavily and smashing your head against hard objects for the next few days until you do just kind of black out and forget all about this. And that is, by the way, the CDC's guidance. Burn. No. All right, so let's get back over here, and I think didn't we promise them a trapezoidal cow, Bronte?
Yes.
Do y'all want? Here, just have it. Take it. Because it's a good polygon boy. This is a good boy. This is a good boy. It even says good. And actually, if you notice, this phrase is a different color than the rest of it, and so giant is one of the monsters that is in the trauma puzzle. So this is the trapezoidal cow. You now know what a trapezoidal cow is, and that it throbs for approval. Don't we all? Lot to be learned from this trapezoidal cow. Like angles. And whatever that was. Alright. Moving on. Personals. This is the 7th personals. Can you believe it? Hey Barb, if I ever lay eyes upon your vile form again, I will reduce it down to the starry matter from which it questionably sprung. Destiny. So we know that Destiny can kill with a blade and the written word. So Barb and Destiny are trading barbs. We have Todd George, Todd George, Deadites, Todd George, Todd George. Why? Okay, so this is the continuation. This is the continuation of the broken bicycle. Why? Why? Because now your bike can unleash a thunderous tomahawk jam that will rattle the graves of your ancestors. That's why. I rule. And then in the background is a picture of an elephant dunking a basketball. Now who... Okay, so... do I need to put up the thing? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I gotta put up the thing. Had to put up the thing. You almost there?
Almost.
Got it?
Yeah.
Got it under control? Alright. We are no longer killing the Bront. Okay, maybe we are. Fish fanatics? Where are all the real no, but that guy's a fish fans? I'm tired of all these idiots who keep defending the mess the show's been since season 85. Everyone knows he's a fish now. What's the point? Hadley. Keep an eye on this particular quadrant in the next few personals. Not saying it's significant, but I'm not saying it's significant. Not significant, or yeah. And then amazing that even a famous author like Todd George is still looking for love. I don't think that is remarkable.
No. No.
I mean, would you want to date Todd George?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure I already dated him.
Wait, did you date a Pokemon? What's the most dateable Pokemon, everybody?
Gardevoir.
Well, yeah, Gardevoir, of course. Lopunny. Gotharita, whichever one of them is the top one.
Yeah.
Gothiel. Here's an ad for a thing, and yeah, if you got a few bucks, you want to give them to me.
Sarah said Machamp.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So yeah, Patreon. It's cool. It would be cool if you did it. That's all I'm saying is if you signed up, it would be cool for both of us. Okay.
Sarah said he's got 4, hands.
No, I get it. Oh, I get it. Okay, so on June 29th, something interesting happens, and that happens June 28th. So Tay Bird makes another tweet, and we know they don't speak much, and they rarely post images. Usually, definitely not unprovoked. Typically, we have to feed Tay Bird some beignets before they make art for us, but this one just came out of the ether, and it is this, and it's also on one of the slides, and so we see this green gal in the foreground, and then we see some text here. Part of it is it's sort of faded out, but it looks like Eminence. 1926, and then some code here. I'm not going to decode that just yet, but you'll get the gist of it. And then there's some other details in this picture that no one ever noticed, and I'm honestly not sure whether or not to point them out. Actually, yeah, I'm leaving this here, so that's going to continue to remain somewhat enigmatic. But basically, this image starts as a chain of events into motion that changes everything. But as it often does with Tay Bird's art, it has a profound effect on Lady Sarah. So we start to see that in the Tumblr, and so after Tay Bird posts that on the Tumblr, we get this image, and it is a sort of glitched out thing. We have a denied thing down here. There is some text in here. There is the doorway. So we see the doorway in the background that is sort of Johatsu's signature. And then in the very background, I have put in a sort of distorted, the same image that we just saw with the green woman. She is back here also, kind of layered away. And then in front of that, we have a few, looks like file folders. One that says Mesli, one that says Missouri City, one that says Movies, and one that says Nechama. And then down here we have some text. What the fuck is happening? And then the response is, I would like to know that myself, basically. And so I think, I'm not entirely certain, I think someone found this or made note of this, but I don't know that they ever really, like, dug down into anything that was going on in here. And so there's even stuff in here that is still in play, and I'm not going to divulge yet. But yeah, this has remained largely unexamined. And then after that, so that's July 10th. So we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. This is, so obviously this is after Roe v. Wade. I wanted to do a kind of response image of some kind. It doesn't really tie into the story or anything. It's just Lady Sarah and Destiny saying, you come take our fucking rights, huh? And then we have a very apropos puzzle piece here with Lady Sarah saying the F word.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
That naughty. And that's July 4th. So that was by patriotic celebration of our nation's founding. Game data. I think this is the first game data. So this is a new feature that comes around at the time that Sarah and Johatsu are working in cahoots, and so I feel like this is more Johatsu's influence on Yard Sale, that they are putting this into play. And so Zur is a multiversal arms dealer and is absolutely not to be trusted under any circumstances from the Destiny video games. This is a weird squid-faced man who sells you weapons in exchange for some random BS that I don't remember, because there was like 18,000 currencies in that game and I can't remember them all. Again, there's code up here at the top. A lot of the codes at the top are relevant, but not like super significant. And again, like usually the first one I just have something, it's either a joke or something related to the panel. So I don't think this is a thing. And yeah, you can tell that I don't remember every single thing, and I mean, if you've watched all of this, you know that there should be no way I should remember any of this. But just to take kind of a pause, I'm gonna flip me over here. That's the interesting thing about my process with this, is that, like, I've obviously talked a lot with Eve Ghost and Ash about, you know, their processes with their games, and I mean, they have intricate plans, and I mean, Ash has these amazing spreadsheets of all of the stuff that, you know, that not only they've done, but like the blocks that are coming that they have yet to release for Cafe and Diner, and these are huge documents, and then I look at both of them and it's like, you two have your shit together, because I mean, it kind of feels like I am doing this improvisational jazz over here, and obviously there is some pre-planning to a lot of this, but and then again, like, it has been very reflective of things I've been going through at the time. The whole Velcorp capturing Miria storyline was my response to having to work this warehouse job. Her escaping and still and being screwed up by it is my experience. So it's like, I can see where it just looks like I'm, you know, making it up as I go along, which we all are. That's fiction. But I actually have a whole bunch of stories planned out in my head. I have all of the past Eminence storyline, the 1899 Eminence storyline, like everything that happened up to the Cataclysm in Eminence. That's all in here. It's just, I just can't get it out, and I don't know if that's like a function of my autism, is that I can't just sit down and write a book like a normal person, and so that's what kind of appeals to me about the format that I've been doing, is that I am able to put out something that advances the story without having to sit down and write out a 300-page novel. I'm able to produce a graphic or or make a little blog post or something that keeps my story going, even if I don't feel like writing an entire book or comic book or, you know, whatever other form it could take. And so that's what really, you know, it's another one of the things that drew me to this format, is that I can keep the story going, and I can tell the story without having to make that big chunk. And that's funny, because my plan going forward is to do more of a monthly thing and have like a monthly content drop. And I'm still working out the details of that, and we might touch on that a little bit towards the end when I'm getting ready to sign off. But yeah, that, to me, this is what was really compelling to me, was that I am able to write a story and put it out in front of people and let people see it, and to them do a finished product of, you know, this game data is a finished product, but it's also a piece of a bigger story. So if we go back over, and I need to make myself tiny again. I'm tiny again. We go back over to this. We just saw that, and now we have Tweets from the Multiverse, which is another new feature. And unfortunately, I didn't get to do a lot of these before before the hiatus, and I need to work this in somehow to the new the new format because I really like the idea of this. Anyways, tweets in the multiverse. So this is these are different versions of people that are on Twitter today. Elon Musk, and he's got his a really sad older photograph of him. So for my latest invention, I superglued a staple gun to my copy of the Fountainhead. These are my last 2 possessions, so I really hope someone at the farmer's market buys it. And it has 2 likes. And so this is probably a pretty good universe, right? Yeah. Like I mean, it still had Ayn Rand in it, but probably a pretty good universe to be in. I'm gonna go on a limb and say I'll go to this one. And these numbers over here, so these are actually supposed to signify the number of the universe that they're in, and I was going to make there's going to be continuity there, and so you'd actually see other tweets perhaps from that universe pop up, and you'd be able to figure out that it was the same universe by this code. So if you really followed these, you'd be able to tell that there was in-universe things happening. So obviously this is a thing that I would have loved to continue, because it is definitely world building on top of gags, funny gags that make people laugh. So now we have Gail Simone, who is a legendary Twitter troll and excellent comic book writer. Gail Simone, please move in an orderly manner to the nearest Olicity station so you can receive crucial re-education and better serve your new supreme monarch, me. And if you see, I've actually kind of given her dark eyes. I've this is her avatar that she uses, but I've modified it so she looks more evil. And these are all Gail Simone related jokes. Olicity is the relationship name of Oliver and Felicity from Arrow, and then she also makes fun of Cyclops quite a bit. This is a picture of an Olicity station in case you need to know what they look like to find one. It says Olicity on here, but you can't really read it in this when it's small. But it says Olicity there. And then we have Eve Ghost likes bread. This is the alternate version of friend of the channel Eve Ghost. But this is an alternate version of them. Just baked a loaf of sourdough that will resequence your DNA once eaten, and this new genetic code can unlock the next recipe in the series. You might also grow a beak. So we get the sense that this Eve Ghost is perhaps evil, and apparently the Eve Ghost of the Safe Zone universe, our universe, does not like bread. And so this is very much sort of a mirror universe situation. But it's nice to see that they are still doing ARGs type stuff, except with genetic modification, which is sort of frightening. And then we got hashtag browning the surface, hashtag baking, hashtag transbread. Transbread. What is the most transbread? Most transbread. Chat, light it up.
Huh.
And by chat, I mean Sarah.
French bread? Like not French, but
So a baguette?
no, I'm thinking of French toast.
French toast. That's not bread, though. Is that bread?
Oh, it's called toast.
Well, I know, but it's like you did something to it. I just want.
Sarah said sourdough.
Cool. That makes sense because that's my favorite bread. Yeah. It might surprise you to learn that Twitter is used in over 82% of all realities. In this new feature, we highlight what other versions of notable people are tweeting about in their own universe. I guess I should have read that first. That would have probably helped explain it better than I could have, even though I wrote that. I can explain things, past me can explain things better than current me, which actually makes sense because I've been through a great deal of bullshit, and my brain doesn't probably work anymore. So.
And Sarah said that French toast is good, it has transitioned. And so that was that was where I was going with it.
Yeah, so it transitioned and it went through some extensive body mods too, huh? Oh man, and bread can have eggs put in it.
Yeah. You have to crack a few eggs in order to.
Yeah.
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 Fucking bread. Now I'm jealous of bread. All right. So the other funny thing to look at here is that Elon Musk doesn't even have a check mark. Seriously, fuck that guy. Okay, where am I at? I'm right there. Here we are. Let's go. Let's do this yard sale. Pardon me. Okay. Fosterania E.R.7.9 1637 Tulip Inner Space. So we are, for this yard sale, we are inside a tulip. That one orchid that just does what it's supposed to do. Very rare. Very rare.
Incredibly.
A fishing lure designed to look like Mimir's head. That would be awesome. Gus Van Sant's shot-for-shot remake of Mulholland Drive. Who would be in the shot-for-shot remake of Mulholland Drive?
Oh my god.
Because who did they get to play, wasn't it Vince Vaughn that played Norman Bates in the remake?
I think so.
What weird casting, huh?
And we have Eve Ghost in the chat.
Eve Ghost is in the chat. We just did the thing about the multiverse, and we talked about how your counterpart hates bread, and that you hate bread, and your evil counterpart loves bread and is making bread. And hi.
They said my cat woke me up, so here I am at 6 a.m. with Iris and the Bronx. Hi. Cat is a huge yard sale fan, apparently.
Okay, cool. Hi, Jer Bear. Also, and then I just want to since Eve Ghost is in the chat now, they do need to know that we have been killing the Bront. We have been killing the Bront quite a bit, and we've killed the Bront by killing the Bront. It's a killing the Bront inception. Killing the Bront. Okay. All expenses paid trip to Aroda for an opportunity to play Half-Life 3 with Jacob Bakilla. This is all... Well, have the 2/3 of it is ARG bullshit. Aroda is this... what was it? Harry Styles?
Yes.
So it was Harry Styles, and everybody thought it was an ARG, but it ended up being a marketing campaign for a Harry Styles song. And then... Jacob Bakilla is the guy that bought or acquired Horse eBooks and turned it into Bear Stearns Bravo. And so and then Half-Life 3 is a game that will never exist. Ever. Millennial Burnout Teddy Ruxpin, which I want. Give me Millennial Burnout Teddy Ruxpin. I feel like that, we could vibe with him. What were some of the things that Millennial What are some of the things millennial burnout Teddy Ruxpin would say? The Cranes of Seattle D&D campaign book.
Yes.
A beautiful Frasier reference, probably the best Frasier reference you're ever going to find, bar none.
Sarah said that the millennial burnout Teddy Ruxpin would say, "Okay, boomer."
Yeah, definitely would. Definitely would. So how did that work? He had tapes, right? Like he had like a whole like cassette tape that you put in his butt or something?
That was before my time.
Oh, Teddy Ruxpin is before your time?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you just say that you never had a Teddy Ruxpin?
Furbies was my generation.
Yeah, I never had a Furby. Thank God. Bubo, the Mechanical Owl's ill-fated adult film career. So oh shit, I forgot what is this? This is Jason and the Argonauts, right? That had the owl.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I couldn't remember if it was that or like Clash of the Titans or something. But yeah, the Bubo, the Mechanical Owl is from Jason and the Argonauts, and it's ridiculous. And just imagine it doing porn. Oh, I gotta do it! Alright.
And Sarah just said that she thinks it was Clash of the Titans.
Oh, it was, okay. Alright. Cool.
And then Eve Gash just said that the Teddy Ruxpin would say, "I can never afford my own house because I can barely afford avocado toast." I know one. Can someone Venmo me $100 for insulin? Oh, Jesus.
Am I wrong? Street Fighter 6 ultra rare DLC character Chauncey the Living Tarot deck. I want this. I would to have just a tarot deck, a free floating tarot deck in a fighting game would be. Kurashiki Okayama-ken Frozen in Amber. The memory of when playing a board game about a pandemic was an amusing diversion.
Oh.
And 1-800-COLLECT. Spliced the zeitgeist to do a heist. Post all your memories in the comments. And then up here we have a little tag, and that's Johatsu's little doorway, and that's my way of telling the reader, player, not so subtly to go fucking look at the Tumblr blog. And so that is on July 7th, the Tumblr. I think we've been through everything that was, yeah, okay, cool. Back over to Twitter, where we have, okay, not back over to Twitter, forget everything I just said, we're never going to Twitter again, I'm just kidding. Personals. Opposites attract. Looking for a four-eyed black cat monster to eat cheese and experience previously unfathomable levels of anxiety and dread with. Day body.
Okay.
I'm making a joke about someone. Anyway, Seeking Fly Balls. Another bad year for the Royals, but I still love them. Hoping to find another fan as devoted as I am. Totally not a trapdoor spider, in case you were wondering. 2 legs. Oh, we might have. I think it's happening. Elizabeth.
Sarah just said the spiders have 8. This person is obviously half a horse.
All right. Well, we did it. You did it, Sarah. You really did kill the Bront. They did. They died. They died the death, and they died from it. It killed them, and they died. They were murdered by death. And they're no longer alive.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right. Well, some people said that that was their favorite part of this whole thing. They didn't want to listen to me at all. They just wanted to hear you laugh. So.
And then Eve said, next time I want Bront Cam too.
Well, that's up to Bront.
Oh my god.
That's entirely up to Bront. All right. Are we done killing you, Bront?
I think so.
All right. Bront alert has been canceled. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is a trapdoor spider. Right? Like, am I wrong, chat? Like, this is probably just a trapdoor spider, right?
Yeah, definitely trapdoor spider.
Okay. So now we have BZ92 and TR86, and if you'll remember, this is a continuing story as well. These people are trapped in a drive-through lane, and now they say, we have joined. It is not just a coupling or a marriage. We are one, but more. It is exquisite. We are, however, still waiting for our orders at the drive-through. So hungry. All right, and then of course for the last personals, I said to watch this space, and so we were watching the space, and it has this to give us. Come on, Hadley, you can't be this dumb. It has evolved past the very limiting premise of will they find out to a more complex examination of the characters and what it really means to be a fish. Sitterson. And this is of course in reference to No, But That Guy's a Fish, which is the legendary sitcom that plays on your Mind Spike. Velcorp makes it. Okay. We got, this is when we got into the Night Mind Index. This Lady Sarah is kind of like, yay! And then we move on from there to a Transfactors. And this is a very simple one. Yeah, that totally tracks. And that and the okay. Hey, quiet. I have to launch into a very long explanation, so I need you to pipe down. The joke here is that this character's name is Trax. Now we move on to Fact Trek. The visor was a 24th century device that allowed a wearer to advance the plot when necessary. And this is Geordi LaForge from The Next Generation. And, you know, he's pretty good for an incel. He's one. No, he, you know.
We love us some LeVar Burton. But
Yeah, LeVar Burton, yes.
He was really problematic.
LeVar Burton, yes. Geordie LaForge, not so much. LeVar Burton forever. Geordie LaForge needed to, like, I think he needed to, like, rise a little bit more before they put him in the oven or something. Yeah, cool. All right, so July 14th, 2022. Second Fell Moon 47 Super Hub F261. Again, different color, probably a code. The Smurfs cover of Army of Me. Chicken coop crammed full of cicadas. Inexplicably hot chocolate. 1978 photograph depicting thousands of snapping turtles cresting the Rocky Mountains. That would be terrifying. Clam Hopkins baseball card near mint. And we'll see Clam Hopkins baseball card show up again. Owl Bitch Queen of the Sea Collector's Edition. I'm envisioning this as a video game, and I would want to play Owl Bitch Queen of the Sea.
Yes.
I imagine it being a female owl in a really cool pirate outfit, doing crimes, and having queer romances. Right?
Yes.
Right. Grabthar's Hammer. Finally got a Galaxy Quest reference in here.
Woo!
Took me long enough. Because I had to get in all the Star Trek references first.
Yes.
A lone jogger costume that is possessed by at least 7 distinct demonic entities and gives off an unbelievably wild aura. The law firm of Sasquatch, Wendigo, Yeti, and Sons. And again, if you'll take note that there is a different color here, probably a code. It's just codes all. This is just lousy with codes. Hushed discussions concerning the state of the lawn. How can that picture exist? It was all gone. So that's in this glitched part. And down here we have, hey Sarah, what is happening? So I will let you in on the kind of the code here is that, you know, this obviously is Sarah saying, how can that picture exist? It was all gone. And then down here is Johatsu. So at this point, they're still tinkering with yard sale, and things are starting to glitch out. We actually have a YouTube video, but I'm not going to click on it because it's probably a song, and I don't want to have my stream destroyed by YouTube, so I'm not going to click on it. You can figure this out for yourself, but there is something on that. I don't remember what it is. That was July. That was 800 years ago, as far as I'm concerned. Oops. Am I losing my internet? Am I okay over there?
Yeah, I still have Wi-Fi so far.
Okay. I don't know why that's not loading. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, so we have this. It's obviously glitching out. This is July 14th. Let's see where the... Okay, so this is July 11th. So this is before things start glitching out. You got awful lot of errors for something that is definitely not a computer program. Response. We all have flaws. This trauma file is really jamming on your shit. I'm aware. Need to close out whatever operation is going on there, or I might not be able to work past the errors. Response. No, absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Hard limit. Well, fuck, I'm not doming your weird ass, Suze. Response. He hates it when people shorten his name like that. Okay, so now you know... Okay, so now you know a Shinto storm... Don't change the fucking subject. I'll work around this thing, but the errors are increasing. Response: mermaid hair don't care. What? They're together. They're working through whatever is going on with Sarah somehow, and Johatsu has found the trauma file. We know it's causing problems with Sarah for some reason in some way, and we kind of see that she's kind of trailing off towards the end, like mermaid hair don't care. What? And then Suze is something it's Susanoo is the Shinto kami of storms, and a very tempestuous sort of figure in that religion, and we've seen Sarah actually mention him a couple of times, and it's because of her connection with Lake Wynonna that she frequently speaks to him. But in Johatsu shortening it like this, it's to me it was their version of like shortening Jesus to G's. So that's the slang for this person, is to they're so familiar with Susanoo that they have shortened it down to Suze. And so then Sarah is Satan. Sarah, who has apparently literally on a first name basis with this kami, is like, he hates that. Stop doing that. And Johatsu does not, because it's slang. It's ingrained in them. Okay, so that is July 11th. And then we have July 18th. Yeah, that's getting ahead of us. Okay. So we read that. Now we're in the personals. Personals number 9. Maybe the next one. Currently looking for any and all versions of my ex-husband in the hopes I can find one that's halfway decent. Is this healthy? Do I care? Dupes. Yeah, probably not like a great idea. Probably not healthy. I did this on purpose. I am a giant hive mind of 719 dolphins that have merged to form a vaguely humanoid shape and want to find a city that would absolutely love getting destroyed every night. Mega Flipper. And then down here we have the tragic end of the bike repair story. The owner of the bike was killed by the effluent. So then we have Don't Be a Killjoy. I don't want a closer examination of whatever. I want to go back to when all the shows I watched weren't such a bummer, man. That's my choice. This is important. And we'll come back to that. But it's important. This is another ad for me, which is a good opportunity for me to shill to you all. Please, for the love of God, sign up for my Patreon. Thank you. And then something interesting happens because so first we have this. This is on July 18th. I think we were at July 17th. So this is next in the sequence. We have this GIF of Johatsu working on something. Look, I'm doing some pretty tasty work here, but this trauma file is really slowing things down. And then we have Lady Sarah kind of giving us nothing here. And then Johatsu saying, okay, you're losing your vowels. Don't know what you're talking about. Right, great. And so, again, Sarah is sort of unaware of the things that are afflicting her, and it's getting worse. And then we get into this this post, which is on, the 19th. And then we see that Johatsu is spelling correctly now. They're not all of their words aren't fucked up. So, oh, that feels so much better. I feel like the control over my biotech is even stronger than before. Pain is still horrendous, but more manageable. And so there we get the, yeah, they have limbs, but it's very painful. See, it all worked out. Denial isn't just a dumb pun about Egypt. I'm fine. Seriously, Sarah, I'm glad you were able to help me, but, let me return the fucking favor? No, I can't shut the file down. I'll lose everything. If I'm reading whatever this is, I'm reading correctly. You're building up to something. I have no idea what it's building up to, and I don't really like that sort of ambiguity just in general, but especially in dealing with something that is definitely not a sentient AI. I'm not a sentient AI. I know, I just said you weren't. It seemed patronizing. Oh, you picked up on that, huh? Look, you've got some serious artifacting going on here. The scheduled game data event is already glitched. You gotta stop doing what you're doing, or I have no idea what kind of errors this is gonna kick out. Pink cats are so cool. Yeah, see, this is the dumb kind of fucking shit I'm talking about. So whatever is the trauma is, something is happening to Sarah, to Sarah, and so we know that she's gotten this picture from Tay Bird of a green woman, and we've seen her say that picture can't exist, and so clearly this, on top of all of the other trauma she is going through, these glitches that she's going through, it's accelerating whatever is happening here. Okay, so that's 19th. And so then, after this pink cat thing, Yard Sale actually retweets a bunch of tweets that involve pink cats, leading up to the game data of that day, which is, in this cult classic PS2 game, you are the eager servant of this giant pink cat, and that's the game Shadow Hearts Covenant, and this is actually in Shadow Hearts Covenant. This is a boss you face. And I also enjoyed that game quite a bit. And then down here, shit. This is basically down here. Johatsu's basically just saying, "Stop what the fuck you're doing." Everything is getting screwed up. Obviously, you see that there's a glitch over game data. So that is that game data for July 19th. And then she continues to post pink cats after that, up until the next day, when we see the super facts and the glitching has gotten much worse. And then it says, everyone thought Bucky Barnes was dead, but it turned out she was, and it says just transitioning underneath there. And you see, this is a femme Bucky Barnes back here. And so unknown error, reconnecting to user Sarah. Okay. So we have never seen this ever before in Yard Sale. There is an error message popping up. And we have been disconnected from Sarah somehow. Also down here you'll see that there's obviously a glitch, but in the background there is the kind of in the background, the outline of the woman from the photograph that has been causing all of this. And then down here, it says, "Who the fuck is Thistle?" And so we assume that that is Johatsu saying that, since we have lost connection with Sarah. So that's super facts, and then the next one is this glitch. All of this is glitched out. Yard sale is glitched out. User Sarah not found. Now connecting new user. And then in the background, what the fuck is happening? What happened, Lady Sarah? Lady Sarah? No, 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 don't leave me here. Don't do this to me. What the fuck was that photograph? Answer me. Are you just gone? And then a classic Quantum Leap reference. Oh boy. And that is very prescient, because what we're going to start seeing, and this is personals, this is just kind of a glitched out merging of two past personals. There's no new information here, aside from the fact that a new user is connecting, and it looks like it is Johatsu. So Johatsu has leaped into this, like Sam Beckett before them response, what the fuck? And so we see them use the usual syntax of when Sarah is making a response. Now Yard Sale is doing that out in the open. And then we get this, which is a welcome screen to the Eternal Yard Sale multiversal commerce platform. And then we get the kind of status update, generating user profile, building preferences, scan complete, reading user Johatsu. So this is the first indication that Yard Sale is something, is a program, and it's its own thing. It's its own thing. And then these also have YouTube videos, but that I'm not going to click on because I do not want YouTube to chop me into pieces. So we have personals again, and we have the loading screen. Johatsu's not stoked about this development. They are not stoked at all. And then we have the first. This is supposed to be a yard sale. And so we have this image. There's a lot of words. Clearly, it's a whole new format for yard sale, and so this is Johatsu's take on their yard sale. This is their yard sale. And then in the background here are all these insane things, and these are actually all texts that I have sent to Bronte over the course of several weeks. And so there's just all of this insane ramblings in here. But it's also, you can also see kind of in the background an outline of Johatsu's face back here. And then if you look at these letters, obviously these are different colors, and these, if you spell these out, it says, "Oh shit, this is inside my head." And so now we know that the yard sale, whatever it is now in Johatsu, definitively. And these barcodes do mean something. No one figured them out. So if you can figure those out, cool. And then this actually says recycle shop. There aren't very many yard sales in Japan. So recycle shop basically fills that role in Japan. So I wanted to make sure that that was included in Johatsu's take on yard sale, and then not loving this development. So they're still not psyched. And this is where the Twitter starts coming into more handy, because Johatsu tweets a lot more than Sarah did, and so now they're like, what the theoretical fuck? Okay, so Sarah wasn't the program. Yard sale is the program. But what the fuck is Sarah then? And where the fuck? And am I the program now? I feel it pressing on my mind. And then we have mentally I'm here, so still still well within the parameters of the experience that Johatsu's having. We do a retweet. This is I guess people didn't recognize that this is a thistle at the time that I put this particular image out, and so that was was trying to hint at that thistle is the important thing to glean from all of this. So that's August 1st. And let's see, here's this. What day is this? August 2nd. Okay, cool. So yeah, they post this. Or no, wait, we got a Transfactors. I am really getting off. I'm really getting off book now. Okay, so we got this, and then the next tweet is, what the fuck? Didn't mean to send that out. Still trying to sort through this yard sale app. It's the most complex spyware I've ever seen, and so that's the first instance of saying spyware to refer to apps on the MindSpike. The next tweet is Transfactors. Derek Stevens wrote the theme song to the original Transformers series. Chop a broccoli. And so your Eternal Yard Sale says, what the fuck is weirdly relevant unreleased bonus content? Why am I tagging Naboo Mercury? And why am I being forced to post this at 3 shitting a.m.? This is a joke we were talking about like weird musical versions of the original Transformers theme. And like people put what was the genre that they put it in? Like jazz band or something?
Yeah.
And so this was actually a one that I had done prior to changing the designs, and so it just kind of got lost in the shuffle, and so it was like the perfect opportunity to trot that out. So I made my own project post this for the lulz. And then we get over to the Bond villain tier list. And what the fuck is this even? So we've got BTVS AXE, which is not typical tier list letters. BTVS is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This is a code. And then AXE is just the other 3 letters I needed. We also see, I don't know if you'll be able to read the plate down here, but this is the Clam Hopkins near mint baseball card. And then down here we have, yes, this is exactly what I intended to do. Fucking trauma processing. So the implication being that she did not want to post this. But what this is actually, I was going to use this for a couple of things to like, and I actually did. You'll see a little bit later, I used it for a code to get you an invite to the Discord, and I don't know that it might still work. But basically I was just going to show, this was going to be like a code thing. Like you'd have to know which one to go to decode whatever message you had. So there was different. Actually, I'll just wait until it'll be easier to explain when I get to the actual thing. But this is basically me introducing a new way of doing codes in my game. And then this also has a YouTube thing. They all pretty much have YouTube things at this point, but again, I do not want to be chopped into pieces. Tumblr likes my shoelaces for some reason. And then yeah, we get to see kind of behind the scenes in the Tumblr, Johatsu reacting to both the pink cats. Okay, well you just barfed pink cats all over your timeline, so I hope you're happy, Sarah. Reconnection failure, retrying. We have another puzzle piece. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this puzzle piece will link to something, but I want to go back up here. So yeah, this is August 11th, which is a little bit ahead of where we need to be right now. But this is, what is this one? July 21st. Okay. So I am going to go ahead and click on this. Oh, it just does that? Dang it. Okay. So for right now, I'm going to pop up my little classified thing so I can get into another page. You all can't see anything, right?
Nope.
Who all we got in the chat?
Well, just talking is Eve Ghost, me, and Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got viewers
Okay.
watching, and I don't know who they are.
Hello lurkers. I am actually I need to take a hydration break. This will not be very long. I am going to throw up the slideshow, so enjoy. I will be back very shortly. And we're back. So, where's Lady Sarah? That's the big question. And at some point in there, we get. Let me see what.
So you still have the information is fully classified.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so. By clicking on one of the yard sale flyers during this period, I think it might actually have been the yard sale pro app screen. You get this image on the yard sale website, and so we have a depiction of Sarah, and very stylized. We have all these hexagons, and then of course we have these 3 puzzle pieces that we've been seeing everywhere. And then if we click on this image, we get this. And actually there's a password in there. The password is Thistle, all caps. We get that from a previous I think it was the personal. And so then we get this. We get the puzzle frame for all of the puzzle pieces that we've been finding everywhere. And so we're not quite ready to solve this yet. So I'm going to leave this open and go back over here. And then yeah, I've moved back to loading screen, and then we're going to go forward, and we're going forward. And so I discussed the Bonneville tier list. We're going to come back to this because because we are, and because it's my thing, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. But another tweets from the multiverse. How about that? We've got Bronte Grimm. We've got another Universal Bronte Grimm. They have Spike as their avatar, which is very, it seems more like this universe Bronte Grimm. But the latest version of Brontogram has dropped for everyone after the beta test received such glowing reviews from the community. Huge thanks to all the artists of the world. Brontogram Artists Photography. 48k retweets and 453k likes. And Bronte has a check mark. So in this universe, Bronte has invented something like Instagram, but better, that actually serves the thing that it was designed to serve, which was artists. Obviously, this is sort of commentary on the, I think this was August 3rd, so this is about the time that Instagram was trying desperately to become TikTok, and everyone was like, the fuck you are. The fuck you are. And so then we kind of said, what if you just made a cooler app? And so that's in this other universe, and apparently you're going to see that this is something that is apparently in the Missouri City universe, or was too. So this is not from the Missouri City universe, but there's something also called Brontogram in Missouri City as well, and you'll see that later. Patrick Stewart, my heart goes out to the family of Senator Nichelle Nichols. A remarkable life and extraordinary legacy. Thank you, Mr. Siren person. That wasn't an ambulance, it was just a guy screaming. Obviously, I am upgrading Nichelle Nichols to Senator. In her universe, that is an upgrade. In ours, not so much. She-Ra, totally not Adora. Ran into a guy named Adam who clumsily hit on me, but when I grazed him walking away, he collapsed to the floor and started crying. He also wet himself? What the fuck? Dating, nightlife, yes, all men. And then that went smoothly, so this is like the one the one thing that Johatsu's done so far that has, gone as she expected. So she's finally getting it down. And I'm already saying she because she is about to be revealed. Where are we at here? It's August 11th. August 3rd. Okay, we're still way behind that. All right, here is an ad for a little. Yeah, it's just kind of a little thing, little side project that my friend Eve Ghost is doing. Or I'm sorry, Steve Ghost. And it's called Under the Surface. And you should check it out. It's way more coherent than my bullshit. So if you're into coherence... But seriously, check this out. Okay. So now we're at August 4th, and God, we got another siren. Okay, we're good. So here we go. August 4th, 2022. We've got Wombat Lip Readers. We've got The Art of Moose Concealment by Geraldo Rivera. We've got Crack Pipe and Pigeon Shit LaCroix. We have the Is Norway Real issue of National Geographic, mint condition. And we're gonna actually see this a little bit later. A really fleshy nesting doll. Just to kind of inhabit that space for a second, will you? There you go. Humidor of Righteous Plasma, +1 charisma. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, Oscar Party Invitation. Okay. Jeremy Renner brand Owl Seaman. Which may actually be an item from our universe. I'm not entirely certain. I think he's made some weird business decisions, I'll tell you that much. Incontrovertible proof that Jesus wore a hat. Controversial and brave. A Ray Dunn dildo. Two Broke Girls in the original Klingon. And then again, stuff that has not been decoded yet. So and then we have up here sort of a little avatar figure, getting the hang of it. So this is Johatsu, and then we have a Brontogram, and this is a what's it called? AI generated image. And I know there's a whole thing, but it makes sense in the context that I'm using it, so don't come after me, Twitter. But obviously, this is Johatsu's take on yard sales. So we're finally seeing what it looks like with them fully in control, or at least getting the hang of it. Clearly, this is a little bit different than the last one. We do not have these little I don't even know what to call these, modifiers or whatever they are in the other ones. And then we see that this is yellow, which I was going to use to indicate that, you're going to see this item pop up. And then we have another puzzle piece. And here's the problem. There's a lot of links in here that link to the stuff that I'm showing you, and that's the thing I don't remember. what I put all these links on and where they go to. So I've not been pulling apart that part of the puzzle because I honestly don't even remember how I did that sometimes. This looks like it goes to a YouTube thing again, and so that's not as helpful. And then we have a cool little octopus guy. And then, okay, cool. The next one is, in fact, the National Geographic of Is Norway Real? Now, we have an expert on Norway in the chat right now, and they can tell us definitively right now, live, as you're watching this, they can tell us if Norway is real or not. Can you tell us, is Norway real?
Sarah says, prove it.
Are they doing it? Good. Quit! Quit with the sirens. All right.
And then Egos just said, Norway is as real as we want it to be.
That is a non-answer. Norway's real where I'm from, but there's plenty of realities where it's just a scary story used to frighten children into double knotting their shoelaces. And then if you... it's funny because I just got through my spiel of not remembering where things are linked, but if you click on this, you get this image, which you probably have seen come up in the slideshow. And this is a mysterious gateway. And it looks like there's some Norwegian up here. And so yeah. Who knows what that's all about?
Who knows?
Who knows?
And then Sarah responded to Norway's rules want it to be, and Sarah just said, because it can't be proved. And then Egos just said, Norway's real, where I'm from, or it would be floating in the void right now.
Well, I honestly feel like we're all floating in a void. Oh, I'm sorry, was that too dark? Okay. So National Geographic, we done it. We done did it. We done did the National of the Geographics. And, you know, getting into the kind of sort of the nuts and bolts behind the scenes crap, I am starting to get more likes and a little bit more engagement on stuff. People seem to decently like this one because I'm spoofing a National Geographic cover. Probably has more to do with it than anything. But even this has like 8 likes. It's starting to tick up a little bit. It's just still like, you know, I think I did hit 100 followers by this point, and it's still just, you know, you're getting 8 likes. This is another ad for Patreon. If you want to chip in, you know, it'd be cool if you did. And then there's actually a little. As soon as I supported the Your Eternal Yard sale, someone shoved a dozen cupcakes into my mouth, and I've been waiting for someone to do that for my entire life. Alistair Warglefeller, Universe's Sweetest Person, 4098 to 4103. So that's nice. And then I even have a little. I was trying to experiment with little taglines for yard sales, so I could, you know, do that kind of thing. And I said it's the weirdest thing. And, you know. It is. It is.
It
It is.
is.
We got a lot of Pokemons here's, and now Johatsu is campaigning to get Harris to unblock the yard sale account. So Johatsu wants to have words with Har. And then so they say, damn, has Harris still not unblocked me? I've been too busy not getting my mind ate to keep on top of that, but I'm thinking I'm going to need an assist soon. What's it going to take, Har Har? Bribes? Kinky stuff? Maybe both our moms are named Martha? And then the hashtag Hey Har Har Hey, which did not get trending on Twitter. I was very disappointed. Nobody bothered to get that trending. And then, yeah, I think the next one is the Brontogram quiz. So this is where this little guy comes up, the little Brontogram. And so this is it a really fleshy nesting doll, a humidor of righteous plasma, wombat lip readers, or Jeremy Renner brand owl semen? And so this is, what is the prompt that I put into the AI thing to make this image? And someone did answer this correctly very quickly, by the way. I was expecting to have to wait on this one, but somebody got it right away. I think it was Luna, and so they ended up getting this puzzle piece sent to them in their DMs. That puzzle piece was slid into their DMs. And then, what is with all the hexagons? Am I doing that? No more tactical RPGs for me. The hexagon is important. Because if you'll remember, there's a piece of lore from earlier about there being the 6. And so this hexagon motif is not just me being, cyberpunk. Actually is telling us something. So, there! I know how to do weird theme shit. Dad! So yeah, Luna very quickly says that's a wombat lip reader, and they are correct. And they got the puzzle piece. Someone actually, tried to respond after that. Maggie May Fish eating a popsicle. Punch me in the face. I need to feel alive. And then Eternally Art Sale starts reposting MCK stuff. So they post Reverse Bees, they post the Ham Laser poster and review, Brooke's Birthday, this. They repost this, which we know is where Harold Harris got their Pine J Roasters mug back. This one of Clara Bow. So this is all being retweeted very rapid fire. And then they actually repost "Just go to sleep for now, little one. Things will get rough, but you could get rough back." And this was Lady Sarah talking to Harold way back when. And obviously now their relationship is strained, but back then we could see that she's very much trying to look out for him. Maybe not doing the best job, but trying her best. And so Johatsu is reacting to this tweet by saying, "Shit, Harold. Lady Sarah actually cared about you. What's that like? What's it like to be out in the worlds with an S? Must be nice." And so Johatsu's clearly bitter about something. And then we get the next fact trek. Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, only saw limited theatrical release and later went directly to Laserdisc. Thank God. And then we see in the corner here, this is actually a Missouri City, has a Missouri City emblem in it, which tells us that this happened in the Missouri City universe. And that was kind of the way I was going forward with these, was that the Missouri City emblem would show up if it was part of that universe, which I don't know that anyone ever expressed grasping, but that was going to be the way that you told that. And another thing about all the Missouri City stuff was obviously the priority there is world building. I want to flesh out this, you know, this city, at least in terms of how Harold and someone else that we're about to be introduced to interpret it. And I'm going to talk more about that when we get into it, but obviously the primary thing was world building, but also it was going to start being important to know when someone was telling the truth about something that happened in Missouri City. So players were going to have to you know, have that knowledge of what is Missouri City and what isn't. And so now, let's see here, what are we? Okay. Now I am playing my own game. Okay. So this tweet is one of the mistakes I made in doing the trauma puzzle was that I allowed people to tell me the codes in Discord, and I do not think I will do that again. And I'm not, I mean, like I said, I don't know that this is going to be an ARG, like anything that could be considered an ARG going forward, but I definitely will not. I wish I had not done that. I wish that all of the codes had gone either through Twitter or, you know, something more permanent than Discord, because now I don't have any idea where who shouted out the codes to people. And so that's something I definitely would do differently in terms of that. I don't know whether I'll have an opportunity to do it differently, but it's something that I regret, because then I have to kind of dig into my head for context as to what's happening here, which is, fuck, that was awful, that was so awful, I just had to process Sarah's trauma. Fuck, I think I'm gonna puke. And so someone had noticed a code, which I think is in here. I think there's a monster code. I think this is what this is. And then so someone had told them that and said, fuck, I think I'm gonna puke. And so when that code is sent to them, they realize that the trauma is still in their head and they are experiencing what Sarah experienced. So the next tweet is, she must have fought all those monsters. It's not just code. She had to fight past them to get to what they are guarding. I saw and felt everything. No. Fuck no. I do not want this front row seat. I have an all-new respect for that redhead, but this is not my burden to carry. I've got enough on my own. And so what Johatsu realizes here is that every time someone sends the code, she's going to have to watch Sarah fight some monster and feel Sarah fight some monster. And that's the other thing we realize now, is that the trauma is Sarah having to fight and subdue every single monster on that list, one after the other. And that's why it's so much to deal with. And so Johatsu's like, no, I am not doing that. I have enough trauma of my own. You are not giving this to me. And so this is actually where we start getting into the sort of generational theming that has been going on, because Harold Harris is very much a boomer. They are a boomer that they are what we wish a boomer was. Miria is weirdly Gen X, even though she's from a very more of a Wild West sort of time period originally. She's very Gen X. And then, of course, Joe Hatsu is the burned out millennial who just wants to get on with this. And so, you know, they've been trying to get Harold to unblock them because they have something very important they need to tell them. And they haven't wanted to be too open about it because it's they're trying to keep their identity on a down low, but they do not want this trauma thing, so they are desperate. They release this code, which essentially boils down to that they are Emi Kieda. So that's been kind of the big reveal that Yard Sale had been building up to since the Pokemon 5 video, is that Emi Kieda is in fact still alive, and they are Joe Hatsu. So I don't know if anyone's familiar with the term Joe Hatsu is this phenomenon that's happening in Japan where people intentionally go missing. They just peace out and say fuck everything and just vanish. And you know, from I guess finding them later, they find out that, you know, these people didn't die or they didn't disappear. They were just like, I'm done with this, and left. And so Joe Hatsu is the term for those people. So this is someone who has intentionally left. And the other funny thing is that if you translate the name, Emi's last name, Kieda, that also translates to vanished. But now she's back, and we know that Emi is the true identity of Joe Hatsu. And we know Harold Harris knows this, and the very first non-yard sale lets us in on this. So they have finally Harold has finally unblocked her, and she can tell them this. About fucking time. I'm not buying it, yard sale. I mean, yeah, you got me intrigued, but you just can't be her. Oh yeah? Me still drawing breath is the most unlikely thing that's happened to you so far? Point taken. Here. The Pokemon the MCPD released to the public, and then this is hex code for Gardevoir. So that's the detail from the video. They never, the police never released the name of the Pokemon that they were looking for when they disappeared. And so that's her way of telling Harold, no, this is real. This is me. And so they react, shit, but they said it was all gone, that no one else survived. Did the others make it too? Why did you attack me? As hard as it may be for you to believe, that probably saved your ass. And I don't know if my friends made it. That's what I've been trying to find out, among many other things. But we have bigger fucking fish to fry right now. Fine, what's your urgent piece of business? I'm going to send you a car. You need to take 71 Highway South, follow it when it turns into 49, then get on 7 for a while. Do this ASAP. What the fuck? I know you hate Sarah, but she's down there somewhere. Even less in her right mind than usual, and I think if she got scared or mad, I'm going. Good game. And then we see that there's also a puzzle piece here. And this is, I think this is like one of the last puzzle pieces that fits in the puzzle. And I made it that way because it kind of tells you a little bit about where this is. It's in Shannon County. And so now Harold has been sent down somewhere. If you are good at Google Maps, this would probably help you figure out some idea of where we're going. But then we need to switch over to Miria here. So where has she been? What has she been up to? So we have here, fuck Sarah, it's right in front of you. She's fucking alive, our Thistle is live. This is right after we first get that image of the green woman upside down in the very old photograph. And so July 10th, this is too much. This is way too much to deal with. I can't deal with all this. I can't. And then we get this, which is another vowel dropout. This is probably around the same time as the one we saw on the Tumblr. Headaches so bad, why? Fuck, this hurts. And then we see July 31st. I finally got a phone. Good thing I remembered the password for this account, although my memory is otherwise less than ideal. I feel like my old tweets should illuminate things for me, but it's like I'm disconnected from something. And so then we get to August 1st. She has this image of a broken, it's like the image itself is broken, and it's of a hotel room somewhere. August 4th. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be. People here keep saying I'm too perfect, and I don't think they mean it as a compliment. At least they can't find me here, whoever they is. Or is that just paranoia? Telling myself to go to sleep. They don't mean it as a compliment. They called me an angel when I first got here. Now they're calling me something else. Why are they so filled with hate? Where's my mom? I had a vision, water and fire, love and hate, two paths. And now this is referring to a tweet that Tay Bird makes later, and I actually have skipped over a Tay Bird tweet. Somebody's smoking a big fucking cigar.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. So we skipped over this Tay Bird tweet, which I am deeply apologetic for. This is July 30th. Tay Bird posts this. It's a tarot. It's actually an oracle deck, but the key to this was kind of understanding this particular tarot deck and people or oracle deck, and people were like, "What are these cards? What is sleeping ships? What are these?" And so they were very confused about that. And so the next image is literally a code that tells you what oracle deck this is. And so if you are able to decode this, then you would know that. But the point of this was mostly to indicate that the story was progressing in a certain way or something. So this marker, this is if you remember, this is Sarah's corona, and she is the romantic. So this is where we're at in the story, and so we have the romantic, sleeping ships, the shore, and soulmates. And it was just kind of gonna serve as a progress marker for, how far into this thing we were. And again, this is the code that tells you what this deck is. I don't think anyone ever solved this, but I do think people realized that this is a story marker, basically. And then this is the image that Sarah Sarah has reacted to, is this. So you have a very angelic Sarah and a very demonic Sarah on opposite sides of this coin. So, like Sarah said, is this a crossroads? Is it two paths? And so then we get into Harold Harris, and he is waiting for the exact location of where he can find Sarah, which the players are having to provide at this point. They actually find out pretty quick that, in fact, she is in the eminence of 2022 safe zone. So she is here on Earth in a little town in Shannon County called Eminence, and we're going to get into why that is significant to me. But for the time being, we're just going to look at this image of Lady Sarah. She's in a graveyard, and the context for this is actually in Harold's blog. So the long road's elsewhere. So at this point, Harold has gone to Eminence. He has driven to Eminence, and he is has stayed a night in the hotel, and now is getting ready to go look for Sarah. Woke up way too early this morning, as I often do when I'm sleeping in a motel bed. Figured it was a good time to get some writing done. I'm here in Eminence, Missouri, hoping to find a possibly mad goddess. Maybe that's what's keeping me awake. Or maybe it's the uneasiness of being in a small town like this, in this reality, and being seen as an outsider, an other. But I am in a big, stupid truck, so maybe I'll fit in just enough. After I palmed out the last time, I've been on the road a lot, using the Mind Spike to visit realities where any town named Missouri City, Kansas exists. So here we find out where Harold has been. He's actually been gone for about a month and a half. So this is what he's been doing. Where any town named Missouri City, Kansas exists. Thought maybe I could land in one of those and it would be close enough. But there's not very many, especially in the grand scheme of the multiverse, which is, as the woman said, incomprehensibly vast. And this is a little nod to my own video about the whole thing. In most of them, MCK is barely a village. One of those rural highway blips that you have to slow down for. There's others where it's basically just a suburb of Missouri City, Missouri. Strip malls and subdivisions, office parks without any trees. Nothing at all like the thriving, vibrant city I loved. I've even met other versions of me. It's funny, all the movies like to say it's this potentially cataclysmic thing, but mostly you just get itchy. I met Harolds and Harrys and Harriets and Haroldines, and I had a particularly terrifying encounter with a version of myself that had become an Edgar Allan Poe impersonator, except the Poe from his world was a notorious and prolific serial killer. Understandably, that's kind of when I gave up looking. It is hard to feel hope right now. To be honest, I'm still not sure if Emmy is on the level. But the possibility that she and the other Pokemon 5 may have survived does give me a little hope. That maybe even though MCK is gone, there's enough of us left to keep it alive. Okay, I better hit the pavement. I just wish I had a better lead than asking after a supernatural redhead. And so this is a link to, I believe. Okay, so this one, I believe the password to this is Eminence. Oops, did I not do it right? Oh, I already had caps lock on. There we go. So this is you finally get to see the full image that was in the puzzle. So we get to see Sarah sort of appear in front of on this street, and not happy about it. And so this is how Sarah came to arrive in 2022 Eminence, Missouri. And this is what the puzzle was building to. And so then you get, on each of these is actually a different clue. And so we get Celia Louisa Klepsig, born in Shannon County, died in Shannon County. This other one has Keziah Aunt Kiz Raider Klipsig. And then this is the Klepsig Mill. And so through this, the players are saying, you know, what you're supposed to be saying, okay, what is the connection here? Why are all these linked to Klepsig? And then obviously Harold ends up finding her in this graveyard, and he says, shit, I found her, here goes nothing. And so then we go back over to the blog. The next blog is Dinner with Miria Part 1. So this is right as he's confronting her in the cemetery. It occurred to me I'd never actually seen Lady Sarah before. Vague impressions, distant memory of a light forehead kiss, but never laid eyes on the woman. She is, in fact, stunning. Unnaturally stunning. Light seems to fall on her differently. It is a beauty that is captivating, yet out of place. She started when she saw me. There was a flash of fear. I saw her turn to run, but as I opened my mouth to shout, she stopped. Harold? That's me. Heard you got a little lost. Harold. Yeah. I know we didn't part on the best of terms last we spoke, but she turned back and embraced me hard. She has a good foot on me, so it was almost like she was scooping up a child. I'm so sorry, Harold. I should have told you. I hugged back. Not gonna argue with you on that count. She slowly released me. I thought I'd found her. I thought I'd found a way back home. But this is not my eminence. So I got confused. Started looking for family. I adjusted my glasses. Klepsigs? Yes, my name is, well, not Lady Sarah. I was born Miria Klepsig. Just not here, apparently. Nice to meet you, Miria. Thank you, Harold. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume you're not about to raise the town. She chuckled, full of rue. I'll admit the thought had occurred to me. The people here are, I believe the technical term is shitty. I'd prefer less technical terms, but yes, I've just been on sort of autopilot since I got here. I know I had a plan. Something Tay sent me had a safe zone flavor to it. I thought it would lead me to Thistle. Thistle being my all, my Emerald Warrior, my cranky little rebel, all the stars in the sky. She actually blushed. I guess I hadn't expected Lady Miria to be such a romantic. And so you get a romantic right in the text there. Right in the text. It's not even subtext. I can feel something of her here, but it's not right. I don't know what to do. I scratched my beard and studied her for a moment. Will this mystery keep for an evening? I suppose it could. Why? Because sometimes the best solutions to problems are found once you can forget the problem for just a little while. What say you and I get out of this graveyard and go get drunk? Her brow furrowed and she opened her mouth to say no, but then paused. The left corner of her lip curled up. Can we smoke cigars too? Yes. Actually? Fuck yes. And so that's Dinner with Miria Part 1 that is posted on the 13th. And so this is actually where we start kind of losing like the day by day following of this story, because there was there was some stuff going on in the background, and it was just not a very good time for me creatively. And this is actually where I start sort of losing connection with things. But we are still en route. So basically, the players had to do a couple things in there. They had to get Harold, or they had to get Johatsu the Emmy. They had to get Emmy the name of the city, and then where she might be located. And they also were able to give her the name Klepsig. So that was all very important to, telling Harold where to go and where she might be found. And then this is actually, I don't think we've read this. This was back in August 11th, so I'm actually I'm going back a little bit, but rushing here in the biotech is glitching again, so bear with me. So I've been doing a lot of digging into the EYS code and logs, what I can understand of it, and that's not a lot, but still enough to piece together a bit of what's going on. Sarah is not an AI like I suspected, but not sure what she is. Superhero? Kami? But she isn't always a physical being. The EYS code had actually merged with her somehow. Then Velcorp slithered their way in and put a control yoke on the app, but she found a way to short it out and shorted out tons of trauma, which tracks with what I know personally about Velcorp's MC tech. MC being mind control in this particular instance. So the way to short out their mind control is with tons of trauma. Problem is, all that trauma waiting to be processed is in my head now. Can't delete it because then the control yoke kicks back in. Don't want to process more because it's like 20 migraines having an orgy in my skull. Still don't know why Sarah and EYS split in the first place, but she destroyed an automated VC facility and atomized a small moon in the process when she escaped their control, so I'm not eager to find out what happens if something bad happens to her in the fucking Ozarks. So that gives you a little bit more context of what Johatsu's worried about in this scenario. And then this is actually the last a blog post that she makes. So that can actually go away now. We are done with Johatsu in that form. And then we go back over to the Twitter now. We've seen the yard sale ad. We see her kind of reacting to him finding Sarah in the graveyard, and then she's like, wait, what is going on down there? Why aren't you all telling me everything's fine? Because they're not getting back with her, and so she's getting cranky. She's got a little cat. I guess I'm just supposed to take the fact that the world hasn't exploded yet as a good sign. And then so that kind of wears into the night. And as we see with Dinner with Miria Part 2, and I'm actually going to need to take another drink, or get another drink for this, so a slideshow for just a second. And we're back. Woo! Before we continue, I have to bitch about something completely unrelated, which is the fact that, okay, so I've been drinking the same brand and formulation of powdered iced tea since I was a wee small creature. So basically I've been drinking this stuff for 40 years. I am 40 years old. Anyway, I've been drinking this stuff for 40 years, and now it's been discontinued. And so I do not know what I am going to drink now. I might just dehydrate to death. Because I'm not getting my caffeine, I'm not getting my liquid, my fluid, not getting any of that. Because I can't drink anymore because I don't have a drink. So anyway, that's a little bit about me, and you know, one of it's like 1/1000th on my list of concerns right now, but it is still annoying that, you know, here I am 40 years later having to come up with some other thing to drink. Anyway, Dinner with Miria Part 2. As we walked toward my ludicrous truck, oops. Sorry, I'm insane. And I'm on the wrong screen too. I'm on the wrong screen too.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Are we ready for this yet? We ready for this? Yes, we are ready for this. Okay. So I don't know where I posted the picture of... Oh, here we go. I think it's in here. Nope. Nope. Guess not. What is she looking for, they say? Maybe that was in the Discord? I posted a picture of the truck somewhere. It's like a 1976 Jeep Gladiator. And that's going to be our... the thing I liken this to is like... I pictured this as becoming like the signature car of the thing. Like,
where would you have posted that in on the Discord? Because
I don't even know if it's on the Discord. I'm honestly not sure where I posted it. So have a little game where you figure out my game for me. C Turnstile said "beautiful baby" to this. Kind of. I don't know if they were actually following along with the story or not. So anyway, back to Dinner with Miria. 1965 Jeep Gladiator. As we walked toward my ludicrous truck, Miria slapped her hip and pointed. This is that 1965 Jeep Gladiator from the yard sale inventory, isn't it? I just shrugged. Yeah, that's what Emmy teleported down from on high. It's ugly and loud and fucking keg stands fuel. She moved around the car, a strange admiration suffusing her face. Oh, it's absolutely hideous. But in a way that almost makes it cute again, right? Was this one of those Emperor's New Clothes things? I guess? Miria walked back up to me. You can disagree with me, Har Har. I hope you do. That doesn't diminish my entirely misguided love for this big, stupid truck. I grinned as I fished out the keys. Do you want to drive this ghastly vehicle? She let out a truncated squeal as she grabbed the keys and raced for the door. Sorry, that was rude. Yes, please, thank you. I rounded the passenger side and climbed in just as she keyed the ignition. The wretched beast roared to life and Miria laughed like a maniac. Holy Hera, it's so loud, she exclaimed with unbridled joy. And as I watched her face turn damn near incandescent, her eyes focused on me. The noise diminished, eased, morphed. Soon the beast was humming like one of the safe zone's electric cars. The stench of burning petroleum alchemized into petrichor. Suddenly I didn't hate the beast. There, is that better? She asked, as she reversed and then drove out of the parking lot. A lot better, actually. Did you change the engine somehow? No, I am actively reorganizing the sound waves and particles as they enter your aura. Confused blinking was all I could muster as a response. You hear a hum and smell rain. Someone else still hears the potluck truck. Is that what we're calling it? That's what I'm calling it. Oh, and for some context on this, we go back over to Miria's, where she says, even the automobiles here are ugly. Just saw the most hideous green truck go by. Looked like a truck built by Potluck. Potluck truck. Heh. I'll do one more search. Maybe I'll find her. Maybe I'll remember who she is. That Potluck truck again. What's it doing here? And so this is leading right up to where they met in the cemetery. Who to follow, and then we get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, that's the 12th. We're still with dinner with Miria, and this is not the chronological order of which these posts appeared, but it is the chronological order of the events as they happened. You hear a hum and smell rain. Everyone else still hears the potluck truck. Is that what we're calling it? That's what I'm calling it. We drove for a little while in a surprisingly non-awkward silence. It was a hot and humid, but in a way I remembered. I stuck my head out the window a bit and let the air buffet my face. It was only a touch cooler, but it felt significant. I did this often back in MCK, letting the car drive me around of an evening, enjoying the air. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, I was just driving. I don't have anywhere to go. Where should I head? A gas station appeared on our right, and I pointed at it. Stop in there. I'll get us some provisions, and then we can head to the porch in front of my motel room. Ooh, see if they have a zero bar. It's one of the rare things exclusive to the safe zone that I actually like. I stared at her for a bit too long, as I realized this being I was so mad at and scared of was just a person. She looked at me expectantly, so I slapped the dash. Back in a flash. Dinner with Miria Part 3. Space camper? Miria stared at the label on the can I'd just handed her. I settled into my chair and cracked open my own before pouring it into my pine jade tumbler. So he's still using his pine jade tumbler he bought way back when. And, you know, obviously, because this is the only piece of his universe he has left. They have left. You know, because you've been camping in space for a while. She rolled her eyes and took a big drink. I am going to need a lot more of these before that's funny. Well, damn, I thought I was onto something. Her cigar lit up of its own accord and she blew a smoke heart. That's something. That's just you showing off. You know they're not good for you here, the cigars. She shrugged as she examined her cigar. Something deadly, you know, as a treat. Quit staring at me. I was staring. The buzz had started to kick in and I was sitting next to a literal goddess. It was hard to keep being nonchalant about it. But you're so perfect. I just look that way right now. And it's not really me, but a manifestation of my perfectionism. There's still a part of my brain that demands I be flawless at all times, and so I end up looking just a little too perfect. The expectations of being a deity, probably don't help with that. I assumed you were better than us. I think that's why I got so mad when, well, you weren't. Miria chugged the rest of her can, crushed it into a metallic sphere, and tossed it aside. You got mad at me because I messed up, Harold. That's how it should be. The gods, the deities, the sorceresses, the superheroes, everyone acts like they're beyond reproach. But we have consistently fucked things up because we never face any consequences. Is that what you're doing down here? Punishing yourself? She grabbed another can and opened it, then tapped on the label. That's what I was doing up there. Got real fucking lost along the way. She said fucking like it was a word she'd never had to pronounce before. Hell, I've always been lost. This is my 26th appearance. You get past 10 and it's sort of frowned upon. My world did celebrate change, but it also celebrated moderation. But nothing ever felt right. This is the longest I've ever stayed in an appearance. Why? There are plenty of other universes with similar, even better flesh-shaping technology. I bit my lip. I was hoping she wouldn't ask that. Well, to be honest, the way I looked when I left MCK is all I have left of it, other than this cup. Oh. We sat in silence for a while, drank beers, smoked. The night enveloped us. My mother's name was Serafina. My dad's was... I can't remember. They had just arrived here. In my Shannon County, I mean. They wanted to help build something. That was Eminence. But their daughter was... a lot. There was always magic on my world. That wasn't the problem. I was just way too good at it, way too fast. My parents didn't have a lick of magic between them, so it took them by surprise. And of course, people in town started getting suspicious. There was a fight, a fire. I watched her die. Fuck. She fell silent again for a while, smoking her cigar intently. My mother would always say the line, "Show 'em how you shine, girl." Every day before school. Every day. She encouraged me, nurtured me. And when that was ripped away, I lost it. It just burst out of me. Raw, untethered, unspeakable power. It blew a hole in the world that became Lake Winona. I found out later it sent quakes through the multiverse. New Madrid? Yeah, I remember reading something about that. 1811? 1812. I was 9. I rebuilt Imminence in their memory. Made it thrive in their memory for decades. And then everything got ripped away again. I was probably too drunk for this particular conversation. I didn't realize that. So we've both lost our worlds. It's probably why I couldn't bear to tell you about yours. I know all too keenly how painful it is. I nodded, a tear streaming from my left eye. Fuck is it ever. Dinner with Miria Part 4. I made a valiant effort to change the subject. Well, at least we have our youth. Or perceived youth. You look like you're in your 20s. I stopped my aging at 26, actually. Must be nice. I'm 72. Or a safe zone 55. Miria spit laughter beer. Oh gods. I feel so bad for them, but you're right. She tried to awkwardly clean up the mess. I took an extended drag of my cigar, then my sweet time exhaling. You look normal all of a sudden. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, don't be. Just be. That's the point, you know? She snorted again. That doesn't make any sense. You're too drunk. Like hell. I'm exactly the right amount of drunk. Besides, you're the wizard who tried to wipe up spilled beer with her hands. She laughed, clear and loud and bright. It was hopeful. There is still hope. I can still dare to hope. So could she. Harold, you want to help me come find my girlfriend? Like right now? Fuck no, we die tomorrow. I considered it for a moment. Sure, just as long as we don't wind up in any movie theater carpet situations. What situations? Movie theater carpet. Translate. Oh, I guess it's Missouri City slang then. Means, you know, crazy and kind of sticky. She considered me for a moment, then smirked. You folks really did lead uncomplicated lives over there, huh? It was my turn to do a spit take. So this is where the dinner with Miria ends. They've obviously agreed to go help Miria find Thistle. Obviously, there's quite a bit of lore there. We find out some of Lady Sarah's backstory. Get more of a sense of her power level, how long she's been knocking around. Obviously, we get quite a bit more on Harold. And there's a lot in here about just kind of how I wanted to proceed. And there's a lot in here about, you know, what it's like to be autistic and mask. And then there's also, this is also a sort of recontextualizing for me of moments that I spent with my family, my brothers, drinking cigars and drinking cigars and smoking beers. That's what we did.
That's absolutely what you did.
That's exactly what we did, and that's why it was so traumatizing, and that's why I'm trying to recontextualize it by swapping the two things so that I don't burn my face. But no, it's recontextualizing these, you know, at that point, what I thought were, you know, these family bonding moments. And I'm trying to give that to these two characters who, you know, at this point kind of just need a break and to connect with each other. And so that was, you know, the kind of the few moments that I actually got any sort of insight into my brothers was when we were drinking and smoking cigars. And so I'm kind of giving that to these two to rehabilitate that memory. And then the other thing is that Eminence is actually kind of ancestrally important to my family. Klepsig is we're related to Klepsigs. Some of the people that were in those Find a Grave sites are actually my relatives, very distant past relatives, and so in a weird way, Miria is a distant relative of mine from another universe, and that's kind of the significance of both Eminence and then Miria being Miria Klepsig. And then obviously we learn that Harold has not only is not only trans, but they are incredibly trans in the fact that they just keep changing their appearance and gender 26 times, in fact. And you know, so it's kind of my like sort of wishful. God, wouldn't it be nice if I could just go to the fucking, you know, something like going to the like the barber and, you know, and then being done with all of this. But then just kind of knowing it, and Harold's dilemma is probably one that I will end up facing, is just, you know, where do you land? And so it's just all of this is very autistic experience, trans experience, my own experiences with all of this. So all of that is in the dinner with Miria, and so that was a pretty emotional bit of real estate to cover for me. And in the meantime, once again, Emmy doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. And the other thing is that this trauma is starting to press down on her. And with Miria and Harold sort of out of contact for the time being, Emmy is not doing too well, and they actually end up falling unconscious, as we can see from this, which is I think this is the next thing here. Yeah, so I'll do the website for this. So this is one of Emmy's nightmares, and this is where I started really getting into putting an image tableau together that would hopefully be a clue to something. You know, most ARGs just pretty much rely on straight up code cracking, and to be Yard Sale is incredibly visual, so that was how I wanted to do my particular codes. Oops, didn't want to do that. Don't listen to that. YouTube, do not kill me. Do you see YouTubes anywhere? Are they coming to get me? And so then basically what I'm trying to do at this point is get people to solve the trauma puzzle. We've been kind of nibbling away at it. I think we had it at like something around 60% finished. And that was the other kind of cool thing, was that I was actually tracking that on the website. I'll go back to it in a second, but there's a ticker at the top of Eternal Yard Sale website, and then I also had it in my Eternal Yard Sale Discord status as to what the percentage of trauma had been processed at that point. And so these you can see here that that's lit up, but these were all lit up at some point, and they go dark when somebody identifies the code. And so obviously at this point it's been solved, but at the time initially all these were bright, and now they are all dim because the puzzle's been solved. And that is what we're trying to get out of this is the solution to the puzzle, so that the trauma will clear and Johatsu can recover. And Miria has actually given her a clue. Does actually give her a clue on the 12th, and says it's Hadley's choice, Amico. That's what'll clear the trauma. Thanks for sending help. Please mind the store for a little while longer. We've got an errand to run. And then Emmy says, Hadley's choice? What the fuck is that? I'm still waking up here. Also, hi, Miria. And so, Hadley's choice. Where have we seen Hadley before? Where have we experienced Hadley before? Hadley. So this is one of the personal ads, and I told you this is important, and so that's why it's appearing in this. There's a few other pieces in here trying to get out Klepsig, which people figured out pretty quickly. There's an Eminence, the Eminence yard sale flyer, the one from Eminence there. We also have a Gardevoir, and Gardevoir is pointing at this right in here. We also see the one, which has Phoebe Mosey on it. That's the Mosey that has Mosey on it, and so she is present for some reason. We also have the Clam Hopkins card down here. We have a cupcake up here. It's interesting, right? That cupcake. And then over here we have the words, "My body is a cage, but my mind holds the key." And kind of buried in here, and I don't think that anybody can actually tell that it's there, but there is a limbless mannequin in the background, and I think on some of the other ones you can see it a little bit more clearly, but that is in the background. You also see an eye, and down here we have the text, "Please don't do this, please don't do this, please don't do this." And then down this we have the sort of ominous Emmy that that her friends texted her after the mind control and the whole thing. So this is apparently this is a thought that gnaws at her quite often, is this string of Emmy texts. So this is the nightmare, and this is what had to be sort of interpreted to go forward. Obviously, people got Miria Klepsig pretty quickly, but what really needed to go on over here is the really important part. And so also hidden back here is a board, a whiteboard, and a lot of people missed this. Pretty much everyone missed this the first time around. But the board is significant because it's from the movie Cabin in the Woods. And Cabin in the Woods is actually the solution to this whole puzzle. It's been the solution to the puzzle the whole time. It was conceived with that being the solution to the puzzle. The board, all of the monsters, are the monsters that were in Cabin in the Woods. That's what Miria fought. And so the answer is Merman, because that's the one that Hadley chose. And even in the personal ad, you have Gardevoir pointing at Merman over choice, and it's Hadley. And so Miria is telling Emmy it's Hadley's choice, it's Merman. But it takes the players a while to get that, and so Emmy continues to have nightmares each day and does not wake up during this time. And so the second one is very similar, or the second one is actually quite a bit different, but you have some elements that are still there. Obviously, the things that I needed them to understand were Merman, so Gardevoir is still pointing at Merman, still got the choice in there. We have this other kind of overlaid image, which is actually Namor. Namor's back from the Black Panther movie trailer. We have, I think, Aquaman. Yeah, Aquaman is upside down over here. He's riding a seahorse. We have some, like, a scale motif. We still see that Mosey is present, and that Mosey's presence is basically indicating that this is the solution to the trauma puzzle, which is the final location of the skulls, the Danny DeVito skulls. I know how insane this sounds. That was the whole point. And so, you know, I'm obviously this is a similar but different image, and I'm trying to say, hey, merman. And then we go forward another day, and so things are starting to like lose color, which is probably not a good sign, right? And so then, yeah, you see this mannequin in here, which is, so what we learn is that Emmy was butchered by Velcorp. And that is why they have all of the biotech limbs. And so this limbless mannequin is Johatsu still dealing with that in the back of her mind. And so so basically you see a lot of the same elements in this. It's just getting darker and less colorful and kind of indicating to the players that you better figure this out. And so we see, again, Namor, Aquaman. We have the two dueling Aqua superheroes going on. And then we have one more nightmare, and this is where it starts to look real bad, because if you're a video game player, you never want to see this appear in your HUD. And then this code is basically just, come on, guys. And then Merman is highlighted more. We have Gardevoir's eyes sort of lighting up, like, come on. And so this is very, very much sinister, very much things are deteriorating. Please, you got to do this quick. But fortunately, that was the last one that we had to do before they figured out that the solution was Merman. And so what do we get? What do we get when we finally finish the trauma puzzle? And that is this. So it says, I'm finally awake, and it's backwards, but I will do my best. Miria. Oh, thank Athena, I was getting worried. Johatsu. What? What happens now? Miria. Anything you want. You can tell me to go screw myself, and I will. I had no right to dump all that on you. Johatsu. Fucking hell. Everything works. Everything works like it's supposed to. Even the mind spike. No! Miria. Don't worry. It's jailbroken. It's jailbroken now. They can't track you. And the mind spike's TB field will keep the microorganisms at bay. I can tune it to diminish your pain. Or I could even give you new limb... Johatsu cuts her off. No, absolutely not. I need to remember what they did to me. I need this pain to fuel me. Every agonizing step should remind me that those Velcorp fucks are still doing what they did to me. Miria. Miria laughs. Miria laughs. Johatsu. That's funny to you? Miria. No, it's just that you remind me of Scallion. And I mean that as a compliment. Johatsu. I learned from the best. So there's a Johatsu, there's an Emmy Scallion connection. Interesting. But he just fights for vengeance. I fight so this never happens again. Miria. Same. Can I at least give you a glamour so you can go outside? Johatsu. Fuck. That would actually feel pretty good. Miria. I'll take care of it. You can look however you want, whenever you want. Johatsu. Thank you, Miria. It's nice to finally meet you, Amiko. Finally? Can I keep EYS? At least for now? Miria. Of course. I meant to give it to you. I just didn't know it was a package deal with the trauma. Amiko. Fuck, the trauma. Miria, you fought all that. How are you still standing? Miria. Same reason you are. Because I don't like the other option. Amiko. So are you going after the merman? So are you going after the merman? Miria. Eventually. I'm on a different hunt right now. I'll circle back. Amiko. A side quest? Miria. Not for me. Take care. So, we learn kind of what I had said earlier, that that Emmy had suffered quite a bit at the hands of Velcorp since they were kidnapped or disappeared from MCK, and that perhaps more time has passed than we realize. We learned that Emmy has been sort of holed up somewhere. That she hasn't been able to go out. And so that kind of talks back to those tweets that she made where she seemed bitter at Harold for being able to jump from place to place. So the reason she can't is because she's worried that Velcorp can track her, and she can't go outside because she's using off-brand biotech limbs basically, and without the mind spike actually prevents people from getting diseases in other multiverses that they're not used to. And so we still don't know where exactly Emmy is, but she can't go outside because she's already immune compromised, and going outside would kill her. Does that sound familiar, Bronte?
Huh, yeah. Yeah, I literally just had someone jump into my comments being like, well, why haven't you left the house? You need to go outside. That's not good for your mental health. No shit.
Yeah. And so Johatsu is... Emmy is... obviously the burned out millennial, but is also a very stark reminder of our current day. And it's funny too, because it's like I couldn't leave Miria in the warehouse for very long, and I'm also giving Emmy a similar out, like please character, go live a better life than I am right now. But this is our life. This is very reflective of how this has gone for us, is that we are trapped in our apartment most of the time. We can't enjoy this new city that we moved to, and I wanted someone in Yard Sale to kind of reflect that, at least for a little while, even though I am a soft dom and did not leave them in the bad pain for very long. And then of course the other thing here is that now Emmy is in control of Yard Sale. They are going forward as the new face yard sale. Miria is passing it on. And we don't know if that's permanent or not yet, but yeah, my idea going forward was that Johatsu Emi was that she aligned more with where I was in my life than I was with Miria. Johatsu could say more and different things, and it was more in line with, you know, what I would do or say in that given situation. Miria is the best a Miria can be, so I wasn't ready to live up to that expectation. A bitter disabled person is far more my speed, because but now she's finally free of Velcorp tracking her. She can go outside. No one's going to notice that she is wearing biotech limbs. That would be the other reason that she can't go outside, is because people would notice that. And so she is finally free, and we can see that in the very next thing she posts, which is her finally going outside for the first time, and we don't know how long she's been cooped up like this. And it says, everything I hoped it would be. We celebrate the small things to remember why we keep fighting. Today I enjoy this. Tomorrow and the next day and the next day, I'm going to bring Velcorp to its fucking knees. And so if we go over to Tay Bird again, she posts this image. Sarah in blue, that's Sarah's color. Her corona is in place, and then the Hebrew, or is it Hebrew, or that on Sarah's? Yeah. This says romantic. So this is what should have happened, and then we also get. I'm not ready for that next one yet, but in a little bit. So that was what Tay Bird was doing. And so that all happened basically on the 12th. So it was a big day. The 12th was a big day. But this actually takes a few days to piece together, so we are at the 16th. And this is where I begged for money, and no one responded. And so this is definitely where I start to wear down with the community, and my enthusiasm for the project starts to wane. And it started to wane before this. But the fact that there was it got a fair amount of retweets and likes, but no response. Certainly not financially, but anything else really happened from that, and that was really disappointing. And I wasn't expecting much. But it does speak to the nature of the community and
well, the apathy towards creatives from the community.
Yeah, the apathy towards
that they want to consume what you make, but not do anything to actually help
Support it.
you and support you. That would support the person creating it, like liking posts, sharing them, retweeting them, quote tweeting them, and interacting with it, commenting on it. Those are all free things to do.
Yeah. And again, Bronte is also an artist. They are experiencing a great deal of. They can't even make art right now. They're a photographer, so right off the gate, they can't do their art anymore. It's unsafe for them to make their art, and then they're having to deal with all this bullshit of not only algorithms screwing us over, but just apathy screwing us over.
Yeah.
And so we can both speak to just this unwillingness for anyone to engage with any of these posts. I mean, again, like I'm showing you, there's 3 and 4 likes on each on most of these, and that's like me and Bronte is 2 of them, and probably Eve Ghost is the 3rd one. So, I mean, I know the algorithms are screwed up. So if you have 100 followers, it's only going to get in front of 10 people, if that. And, but the fact that not even those 10 people are engaging with it. But this is the only way we can grow. This is the only way we can get in front of new people. This is the only way we can start monetizing any of this, is to get a larger audience. And if that we're not being helped in doing that, there's no way that it will ever happen. Like, we don't have huge ad budgets. Even the big boys aren't dumping tons of money into these things. The whole point of analog horror is that it's supposed to be no budget, so there's not money here. If you like these projects, you have to support them in one way or another. And so this is where where burnout happens, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing, is that you don't support these creators, they will go away. They will eventually decide that whatever they're doing isn't worth it, and they will move on. And that's very sad, because who knows how many projects we've lost that way, that people have gotten fed up with the lack of engagement and just said, I'll do something else.
Well, especially with such immersive and comprehensive projects like Unfiction and ARG, where you have these projects where people have put years of work into them, and then when they start releasing it and they get like 2 likes on it, it feels like you've wasted years of your life.
Yeah, and I know how keenly Eve Ghost must feel that, because I know how long they've been working on Under the Surface, and me with Yard Sale, like it's weird, because it started as a one-off joke that evolved into my me telling stories that I'd been trying to tell for years, and also therapy. And so obviously it's beneficial to me, but then when you don't get the reaction that you're expecting from all that work.
Yeah, and then Eve Ghost literally just said 1 hugs, and then they said, don't forget Ash, because oh my god, they've been doing there.
Oh.
And that's the thing, is that's why you have this thing within the community, because I'm an outsider to this community, and so I see like, here's these amazing creatives who make these amazing projects, and then they end up only doing it once because they get so little feedback that sometimes as a creative you want. It's why even though I don't follow the ARGs, be like, oh my god, I love the art you just released for this, because some kind of feedback, because if you just they're like, oh, that's cool, that doesn't help you. That doesn't feed you as an artist.
No, but even then, it's rare that I even get that much, and I think that's kind of across the board in this genre is we don't get much feedback, and so I was going to actually touch on this later. It's like I have so little feedback for my project that I don't even know what worked and what didn't. Like I know, for me what worked and what didn't, but I don't know what worked and what didn't there. There's not enough data for me to even like piece that together. So I don't know how you even like course correct or improve engagement, because there's no data to make that kind of determination with. That's I think that might be the most frustrating thing about all of this, is that I don't even know, I don't like to use the phrase what I did wrong, but what did I do wrong? I don't know that. I don't know what I did right. Did I do anything right? I mean, I only have 100 followers, and my posts only get 2 or 3 likes a piece. So, does that mean that nobody's interested in this, or what? I don't. It's frustrating because I'll never have that data. And then as you kind of get into this is where I start to really go off the rails with it. But see, Emmy was going to be more interactive, and so she was going to do polls and all of this stuff, and then that's when I figure out, oh, the puzzles are both over, my engagement's going to tank. So whatever little engagement I was getting at this point, I was getting like 9 likes on this one, 3 or 4 on these. I got 4 on the graveyard picture of Miria. I got 6 on this, and then we get into, and then this is actually some of Bronte's photography right here that you can see. So. Plugging them. You got some socials you can yell out?
Everything is basically at Bronte Grimm.
Okay. At Bronte Grimm.
Everywhere.
But then it kind of goes down to 4, 3.
Then Egos just said most Patreon supporters of ARGs are other creators too, so it's the same money floating around in a circle. Yeah, it really is. I'm so grateful to both Ash and Eve Ghost. And I wanted to circle back to Ash, because Ash has been at this for 5 fucking years, and I don't know how they haven't just lost their mind. And so I have got to give all props to them for hanging in there as long as they have, and I hope that they find their audience soon, because it's a really cool project, and I think it's daunting. It's very big, so I think that's why. And now having gone through yard sale, I know it's very big, so I know it's daunting. So it's coming from a similar place, but I don't know how they have, and I know in talking with them that it's definitely ebbed and flowed, and they have definitely stopped and restarted and everything. But to keep at that for 5 years in that community, whew! Okay, so now we're getting into we're definitely into the end game now, of in terms of the content that remains.
We get our first film truths in a while. This is Sea of Taffy is the ethereal story of a young woman starting a quaint coastal candy shop and the bonds she forges with the locals. And then we see down in the corner, this is a Missouri City film truths. So this is from now we have two people, Emmy and Harold, from Missouri City, Kansas. And then this is where Emmy starts getting more chatty. So she says, "Hey, did you guys get Ocelot Bravery? It was a TV show, maybe late 90s. I actually had a few action figures. I even had the EBT exclusive Ocelot Spear. Fuck, I haven't thought about that in a while." And then Harold says, "I watched Ocelot Bravery. Hell, I covered Ocelot Bravery. Do you remember when they shattered the big pink tree thing? I was on set for that." "No shit? And hey, that is the crystal tree of Airside, and some of us are still mourning its loss." Mediocre says, "Ocelot Bravery? Nah, we had two stupid dogs." And then Emmy says, "Fuck, they said stupid in the name of a show? You folks are savage." And so it's kind of I was trying to just layer in all of these little cultural differences that we had between MCK and here, which is the safe zone. So they are actually more at ease saying cuss words than they are calling each other stupid. Isn't that nice?
Yes.
And then she says, "With the EBT exclusive Ocelot Spear, you can re-engage the Time Sphere." Heh. And then she's singing lyrics from Service Falcon songs, which we know is a big MCK reference. You gotta crunch that Hydrox fucker. Aggressive horn section. Crunch that Hydrox fucker. 18-minute synthesizer solo. And then Harold chimes in, "Is that Service Falcon? Do you have an actual Circus Falcon album?" And she says, "I do now. Still had a copy of 4 AM in stock at the old yard sale, which is something I need to actually do at some point, I guess." And that's Dr. Mr. Sir. How do we actually say that?
I don't remember.
Service Falcon Esquire to you, bucko. "Can I give it a listen when you're done with it?" "Yes, but scratch it and I'll feed you to Hopkins." "Okay, noted." So Clam Hopkins, Clam Hopkins keeps getting mentioned, and the baseball card keeps getting trotted out, and it's a baseball card of a player with a clam head, clam shell for a head. And it's actually part of Emmy's more trolly gag based nature, but it's also a friend of hers that we will meet at some point, so I'm not going to give that too much away, but Hopkins is a thing. And then this was Emmy's response to this meme that went around for about a week and a half, and then it's just like, "I don't get this joke. What the fuck is wrong with you zoners?" And so then so already they are starting to mock us. These two have been together for like 2 or 3 days, and they're already starting to make fun of our culture as they kind of, finally we have someone else to talk about our shit with. And then she responds to this meme with one of the MCK's memes, which is Turtle Cat does not approve. Sound off in the chat if you think that is a superior meme to this one. And be honest. You can be honest. And so here's another Patreon post. Something weird is going on here. This is just another tagline for yard sale. So something weird is going on here. The Patreon ads have nothing to do with the game. I always made sure that they had nothing to do with the game. And then she actually retweets Trapezoidal Cow. We have some kind of disconnected. She's tweeting about Pokemon. Still a fan. And then we have her singing the theme song to Electro Llama. Got the jump on ya. Shocks your ass with style and class. Won't take no sass. Electro Llama. And so again, the world building of, and then we actually get some more detail in here is Eve Ghost helpfully engaging with my characters, and you know, how often have you seen me do that in the now? So it's been 17 hours that I've been talking about this total. How often have you seen me talk about people engaging with the characters? I mean, you could probably do that on one hand, right?
It's basically just mediocre and Eve Ghost.
Yeah. So I'm obviously not manufacturing apathy here. This is. And again, this is something that obviously ARG creators are facing. Even big ones like Jeff, who did 10 tapes. He's had the coverage. He's had the Night Mind treatment, and his posts, his tweets don't even get more than 10 likes most of the time. And so it's you're sitting here as this smaller creator, looking up at this larger creator, and then you still aren't seeing engagement. So it's just kind of like, well, at what point do I get it? So even, you know, you say, well, stick to your own lane, and, you know, keep your eyes, you notice the grindstone and all of that, but then you look ahead of you and the other dude is in the same place, the guy that's supposed to be, you know, way ahead of you, got the coverage, got all the fans, got all the TikTok followers, and yet they're not doing a whole lot better than you. And that's...
yeah, Eve Ghost just said it's also tough being a non-horror creator in this field.
Yeah. It's dominated by horror. It's dominated by analog horror, and I'm getting into that because what this is leading into is me losing kind of my way with yard sale and going into something else, and we're gonna get there in a second. But so Eve Ghost is saying Service Falcon's greatest hits, in both engaging the characters and actually knowing the lore. What the fuck? And then this is what we have to deal with, is that, you know, it's only other creators that actually appreciate the stuff.
Well, that, and shout out to Eve Ghost, that not only are they a really
Yes.
supportive creator,
Yes,
they're
very.
also a really wonderful friend.
Yes, they have been a tremendous friend. I said this in the other stream, I will say it again. They have been a life preserver or an anchor or something. I don't know what exactly metaphor I want to go for there, but having them around as you know, just as a friend, but also to navigate the ARG community has been, and bitch about it. It's been incredibly helpful. But there's gonna be an end part where I talk about more of this again, but For right now, Service Falcon's greatest hits, and so obviously they know Service Falcon. So it's a good guess, but no, that was the theme song to Electrolama, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. on MCPT, Missouri City Public Television. When there was an MCPT. Are you sure they didn't do a cover for a very special episode? I was a mod on the Service Falcon forum, so I'm pretty sure I would have heard of that. They did appear as themselves in an episode of VBDS, though. We don't know what VBDS is yet. That's an inside joke, and I'll probably get back to it, so I'm not going to tell you what it is. And so we have some retweets. We have a new game data. So the Bacadolls learn to drive, take their exam, and can even get jobs at the DMV in the 4th game of the franchise.
That exciting DMV.
Yeah, so this is Bacadolls drive away, and then again we have the Missouri City logo. So this is obviously from Missouri City, and so I loved this part of what I was doing. I really, truly did. I was so excited to put all the details into Missouri City and really flesh that out. And not only that, but have it through the lens of these two people that, one is basically a boomer and one is basically a millennial. And so they're actually able to connect, which, it's so hard for boomers and millennials to connect nowadays. And so again, it's just that generational theming. Also going back to the theming of Gen X Miria dumping her trauma on millennial Emmy. But to have these two be able to connect over their lost world and try and piece together and collect and try and put as much of their Humpty Dumpty back together again as they could, and in that, we get to see this very wackadoo sensibility that they have, because to be perfectly honest, if you go back to the early 90s, and it's actually ties in pretty well. I'm gonna switch over here to show you Griffin and Sabine again. But again, this came out in 94, 93 or 94. The Shirkers movie that I talked about yesterday, that was filmed in 93, 94. Earlier we were talking about Briscoe County Jr., which was this wild Wild West show with Bruce Campbell that had sorcerers, and it was kind of adventure-y and funny, obviously, with Bruce Campbell. But that was 93, 94. And so there's this definite period in American, at least pop culture history, where anything fucking went, basically. They were doing wild stuff. And if you go back and look at the commercials of that era, it was hopeful. It really did capture that sort of the joke that Miriam makes of, wow, you guys really did lead uncomplicated lives, didn't you? As because you go back and look at the media and commercials from the era prior to 2001, prior to 9/11, and it's almost like looking at a different society. It's bizarre. And so that's what I was trying to kind of try to capture with my Missouri City media is because it's just sort of all over the place. It's incredibly weird and creative and daring and avant-garde, and the genres are all messed up and interconnected, and lot more like I Dream of Jeannie and Addams Family type stuff on the air. And we were going to get into the part where it's mostly just public television, so anyone can just kind of make a show. And
also, Eve Ghost just said, and by the way, shout out to Sheena and Ardat for also supporting the ARG.
Yes. Yeah, I will shout out all my patrons. So Eve Ghost, thank you. Ash Black, thank you. Sheena Markoff, thank you. And yeah, Lily Ardat. Hopefully that's close. Thank you. And that's the 4 patrons I have, and they are all other creators. Except is Sheena? I don't know if Sheena runs a game. Let's see if Eve knows. But the other exciting thing about this for me, and see how excited I am, was that I realized that I can make all of this stuff look however I want. So Missouri City's graphic design rules, I get to write them.
Eva said Sheena's an archivist and scholar.
Okay, so and I do also again want to thank Secret Code, Mediocre, and Eve Ghost again, because not only did they do most of, like, probably between the 3 of them, like 95% of the solves on everything, but all 3 of them have written guides or contributed to guides for Yard Sale. So again, thank you all for your work in trying to make sense of all of this. But also the Back-A-Dolls are something that we had going on in the background, and it's on a slide, so I'm going to go ahead and spill the beans on it. We were going to put together a card game, and the idea was going to be the Eternal Bake Sale, and all of the cards were going to have this is Blood Sugar. The name of this character is Blood Sugar, and so they would have been on their own card, and it would have been I was trying to design it to be able to be played on social media platforms like Discord and Twitter. So you just have your set of cards. You'd be able to, like, post which ones you wanted to play, and then the other person would post which ones they were going to play, and you'd compare and etc. And then, of course, engagement tanked. And the other thing I was going to do with that was that basically Emmy and Harold were going to rebuild this game from memory over the course of a few weeks, and so you'd get the people would have actually gotten to see the process of these two trying to remember characters' names, trying to remember what they looked like, how the game played, and so. But eventually, what they figure out is that there's not enough left in their minds to replicate it perfectly, and so there's like kind of this. There for a little bit there's a schism between Harold and Emmy as to how to proceed. Harold very much wants to replicate it perfectly. Emmy's just like, fuck it, let's make some new characters, and what eventually happens is that they make it something new. They make something new. They take their culture and make something new with it, instead of just slavishly recreating it. And you know, maybe there's a lesson there. She says, not my favorite in the franchise, but I did like the little cupcake cars. Okay, so this is where I really start to lose my cool, is where I got this poll up, and it says, I feel like the personals need to get an Emmy-style makeover. What do you overstressed zoners think? And this got 2 votes. And they say yes, but it's just like, I'm putting up polls, please. You know, this is like classic engagement 101. Please vote in my poll. And you know, now not only are people not liking the content, they're not even responding when I ask for input. So that's that. That's, you know. So then I kind of troll the analog horror people by saying Brian David Gilbert owned their asses, and he totally did. This is still the best analog horror I've ever seen. It just is. It actually has themes. It effectively weaponizes nostalgia. And is legitimately terrifying because you actually feel a personal connection to the character, which is something that you rarely do in analog horror. You rarely have an actual connection to any of the characters because there's rarely any actual characterization being done. So this wrecks shop.
You guys just pointed out that you're in the wrong window, so we can't see.
Oh, so you want to see now? This guy, go check that out. I'm not going to play the video, but I mean, I think I could, but I'm not going to. Yeah. Do that on. I'm assigning that as homework.
He goes, Iris is big, screen is small.
Oh, and you know, before I forget, I want to check in with Francisco. How you doing, Francisco? Where are you at? There you are.
And Ghost also said you look super cute, though.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I meant to mention Francisco more in this because I realized that that's who I'm actually talking to. I am actually talking to this green skull on my shelf. That's who I'm seeing, not any of you, but a green skull holding a camera in his mouth. So I absolutely look like a crazy person. If there was another viewpoint, this would look absolutely insane. And it's true. All right. So we got a Trans Factors. Wheeljack was a masterpiece even before MP20, which is the masterpiece toy of Wheeljack. Oh, you probably want to see this actually, because I have a Transformers metal lunchbox.
Oh, you gotta switch.
Damn it! So again. And then. So Wheeljack is my favorite. He was the kind of mad scientist, the good-natured mad scientist of the Transformers, which I don't see very often. He was very experimental, but he always he didn't cackle like a lunatic. He was very good-natured, and when things blew up in his face, he just kind of shrugged it off and tried again. And so that's why I always liked Wheeljack, and did not like Perceptor. Fuck Perceptor. But yeah, Wheeljack. God. Okay. Okay, there's Bront. We are not killing Bront right now. Okay, so that's that. And then we have another little Missouri City reference here. Crave that raptor egg lasagna with that spicy raptor egg. So spicy. Have that raptor egg lasagna tonight. And so you can kind of guess what song this is supposed to be going to by the tonight. Yeah. So apparently some weird restaurant in their world took that tune and turned it into that jingle. And Harold says, "Now you're just making shit up." You didn't have raptor egg lasagna? The fucking nerve center of the Chambers district? I was more of a Reedport sort of folk. Weren't you a little young to be hanging around Chambers? Aren't we a little too only surviving members of our world to be making dipshit comments like that? Yes, sorry. Turning into my parent after all, I guess. Ugh, sorry. So we get a little, boomer, millennial shit there, but they immediately cop to it and are like, no, you're right. And so we could use a little more of that in this world, but we get these neat little nuggets of, raptor egg lasagna. We get, neighborhoods in Missouri City. We get that apparently the Chambers district was either rough or too adult or maybe too many bars. We don't know exactly, but we know there's a Chambers district. We know there's a Reedport district.
And Eve Ghost just made a really great comment about, also, this is kind of what it's like to be an expat around other expats.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're literally like, you finally have someone to talk to all this dumb shit with. Hey, you remember that? Oh, yeah. Whereas before you'd say, hey, remember that? And they'd be like, okay. And so then we get into kind of the last image that I really posted for yard sale. And
then they said, and then it turns out they're a dick.
Who?
About the other ex.
Oh, yeah.
Every time.
Yes. I am going to. We are so close to being done. I am going to take a little bit of a break just to get water and some of the funny lettuce. So I'm going to give you some more slideshow. I know it's awful. I know that everything on that slideshow is just awful to look at, but just bear with it for a little bit, and I'll be right back. Well, hello. What was I talking about?
Electromama.
Yeah. I do want to go back to Eternal Bake Sale for a second. We are still, hoping to eventually do that. I just don't know now if we're going to get to see the Harold and Emmy, getting to watch them build it, which is kind of why I told you all about it, because I wanted to at least have the intent out there. That was kind of the idea of this whole thing, is just what was the intent of Yard Sale. That's it. But we still want to do that. We're still developing it. I think I need to kind of retool it at this point. But Bronte is doing the really cool art of the Back-A-Doll cupcakes. And the concept of this is that it's like a knockoff Pokemon, like a Digimon or something like that. And Harold and Emmy just happen to take a liking to it, as opposed to any of the other clones that came out in their world. And so that's the thing they both kind of obsessed over for a while. And so it's these two. Autistic expats getting together and trying to special interest a card game into being. In an effort to preserve their world, but so yeah, I'm really hoping that still comes out, because like the art that Bronte was doing for it was really cute, and I think like the cupcakes have the potential to be kind of like popular with people, and they might want their favorite one, or like have art of their favorite one, but it's like so hard to tell what anything is. I know for a fact that this idea would not have taken off in this community. Like I doubt that there's probably no support for that kind of thing. So it's definitely something that I'm going to have to like wait to really launch until I find an audience. So I guess stay tuned for that. Obviously, if that slide came up, you saw what the cards might look like, and you saw a few of the cupcakes, so you get some sense of where we were going with that. All right, so we have this. The final real image that I've posted for Yard Sale was this Electro Llama. And there's some more blog posts that we will get back to, but I'm gonna focus right on this for a while, because there's a video link to this, and I'm actually gonna go over here.
You might want to switch your.
Okay. So we're at Electro Llama, and so we see the title Electro Llama. We see some other text in here that we can't make out a lot of it. I can make out copyright. I doubt that you all can make out any of this. Patrons actually get a cleaner view at this, so if you do want to become a sailor, become a veteran or a grizzled sailor, it's $3 or $6, and you would have the cleaner version of this. So, we see some code up here at the top that you can look at if you'd like. But this is more world building. Obviously, we've heard the Electro Llama theme. He is going to kick our ass with styling class, right?
Yep.
And then we see down here that in the cleaner version, you can clearly make out that this is MCPT. So obviously we know this is a Missouri City thing, but and so this is the title screen for Electro Llama for an episode of Electro Llama. And then again, like I said, you've got kind of this the beginnings of me figuring out what this world's shit looked like. And this is a lightning bolt that is supposed to kind of be in the shape of a llama. And that's the other thing I was mentioning right before I went on break was it's mostly public television. So if you can put together a show, you can just go put it on the air. That's how it worked. That's how it works in this in their universe. So it's kind of like the public access, except a little bit higher tier, since people here actually have some budgets to work with. Artists get paid in this universe. Boy, science fiction. That's the most immersion breaking aspect of my entire project that I've just told you. And so the concept here is that Emmy is somehow able to kind of conjure these images. She's able to take her own memories and have Yard Sale produce them, which she's going to get. Which the idea is that she's going to get better and better at that, and then that they will be able to start recreating things that they remembered. Hence the card game. But then it links to this video. Oh, we're not?
Yeah,
Well,
I literally just heard my voice in the mic.
That's unfortunate.
Or headphones, not mic.
Okay, yeah. Well, crap. That was supposed to be all dramatic and everything, and I just beefed it. Wonder what that's all about. Oh. Had the parking brake on. What a dummy. Anyway, here it is with sound.
Yeah, there.
Oh look, it's the Buffalo Bills. So I don't know how to exactly address this because it is actually part of something that, you know, I'm hoping to still tell. I don't know what form it's going to take. But there is a slide that you've seen, more than likely, that says Battle of Cape Disappointment. And so that is a hint of the storyline that I was going to tell and kind of where this was leading, what the next big event was going to be, was the Battle of Cape Disappointment. And Cape Disappointment is both what's seen here on the frame of Electrolama, it's what's seen in the video that I just showed you twice, once without sound for stupid reasons. And it's also the site where we filmed the first video with me, the Grizzled Sailor video. So, in a sense, it really was coming full circle. That was where our characters were going to converge, and there was going to be obviously some battle. And I'm going to try and avoid like specifics of what's going to happen, but also kind of say that I had plans for it to be, continue yard sale, continue as it has been, and be interactive. But you know, the absolute tanking of engagement after the conclusion of both puzzles, you know, the lack of response to any of this world building that I thought was really cool, but and so, you know, the way in which I started looking at this next event that I was going to do started to change because I knew I couldn't do it interactively and with the kind of response I needed to tell that story. And I'm not going to go into any of the specific ideas that I had because, again, it gets too much into the plot. But that was what's disappointing, is that now I never will be able to do that. But at the same time, I didn't want to do it, put all that work into it, because this is going to be real meaningful stuff. And to have it put it out there and just kind of no one gives a shit would have been too much for my psyche to bear at that current time. Plus, then you had this enormous schism open up in the community, and and the thing about this place is that this community is that you learn something new that's bad almost every day. There are some bad actors in this community, and I don't think it's possible in something like this where everyone's sort of like secretive and has like all these characters, like there's no sorting that out. There's no figuring out who's who and who's doing what, and who you should really trust. And that's the other reason that I'm doing this, is because I want my face out there. This is mine. And I'm being aggressive because this is mine. I fucking made this. I made every single image that you've seen over the past 2 years I've been streaming.
And to cover it and ignore the creator like they don't exist is absolutely horrendous.
Yeah. Again, I'll get into that later, but it is this. The creators do not seem to matter in this environment. They don't. For the most part, they stay in the shadows. They don't even want to be seen, and that's fine. But like, for no one, and for none of the people covering it to treat us like we deserve to have heads up when we are being covered. You talk about media outlets, they usually hit up a company and say, hey, do you have press materials that you can send over? Can you give us some more information on your project? These people just will decide one day to throw up a poll about which one of your projects they should cover, and then just jump in, don't give you a heads up, don't tell you nothing. Then they run their videos about your project against your videos that you're premiering. And then, they don't give you any of the money from their ad revenue that they make on your content, but that's a whole other thing. But, but there's so much here that there just doesn't seem to be a path forward for Yard Sale in its current form, with its current audience, to get an audience. And building the audience and building the community is not only vital to possibly making some sort of money at this at some point, but having the community there to support you, not financially necessarily, hopefully, but not necessarily, but just to actually engage with your content, to actually talk to your characters, to actually understand the story, to actually get the references, to be like Eve Ghost and say, is this a Service Falcon song? That's what makes a creator's day. Like, money's cool and all, and yeah, we need a whole bunch of money, but like having someone reference your stuff in that way is like it seems so tiny, but that's what we live on. Because we certainly aren't rich. We certainly aren't going to be rich, but we make content, we make art, we build these stories, we're making entire worlds. That deserves attention. That deserves better than to be rifled through in 40 minutes by some YouTuber and shit into the algorithm. Like,
Oh, they said having someone name their cat after your character is the pinnacle.
Yeah. Eve Ghost had someone name their cat Axel.
Aww.
So.
Well, not from a creator standpoint, but as a very public goth, somebody named their all-black chicken after me because they wanted to give it a goth name, and I was so honored.
Goth chicken. But yeah, the fact that we don't know who any of these people are. And there's no examination of anything. There's no examination of the themes behind the work that is being put out. There's no actual critique of it. Even the stuff that gets covered isn't necessarily critiqued. It's just covered. It's coverage like, here's a thing. This is what the thing's all about. Go look at the thing. Not, what does this thing mean? What are they trying to say with this thing? And so that video was both the... It was two things. It's probably more than two things, but specifically, it was, you know, a lead-in, hopefully a lead-in to the Battle of Cape Disappointment. And then also, this is a broken world that needs you. So it's sort of a call to arms to the community to finally do something. Be the light. And it's funny because this is the video that actually made me stop, or made me go on hiatus, and consider stopping, but going on hiatus, because I wanted to promote this, and I came up with a dumb idea to promote it, which was to pretend to be Cicada 3301's like cousin, Mothra. I can't remember the number I came up with, but so it was Mothra something 7301 whatever, and so I made like a Cicada 3301 image that looked very similar to the one they would post, and made what was very clearly a parody post about that. And he was like, I'm Cicada 3301's cousin. They're long-winded. They tend to drone on, ha 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 ha, because it's a cicada. So if that pun didn't clue you into that this is a joke, I don't know what else would. But anyway, I posted this, and this also led to the video. And so I was hoping to kind of engage the people on ARG on Reddit with this. And it actually got quite a few upvotes. It got like 75 to 80 upvotes, and quite a bit of engagement. And I got a lot of hits on the video. It's the video, even though it was hidden, I'd actually hid this video to begin with. It was not on my feed for a while, on my YouTube feed for a while. But it actually I think it's going to surpass Pokemon 5. So, and again, this is, I think, I can get into the crunchiness of this maybe. Oh, am I seeing myself? That's nasty.
Inception.
What?
Inception.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! So yeah, you're looking at this, and it's like 185 views, 54, 49, 41, 198, 62, 131, and so. I mean, that's it, and everyone, the couple people I had that have come in and, like, you know, done some form of coverage have all been like, wow, I can't believe this has so few views. And that's we actually hear that a lot, don't we, Eve Ghost? Like, and then yeah, you can see me all sorts of places here, huh? And in probably different time periods. So I'm actually shattering the multiverse as I stream, which is just phenomenal. Anyway, let me get off that screen. But yeah, you get some idea of just the kind of lack of engagement that we're seeing. But the point with the Mothra thing was that I was trying to engage these people, trying to bring them in, and got a lot of traffic. I think it's going to eventually surpass Pokemon 5, but even being hidden and part of a code that people had to solve. But I didn't get anything from that. Not one new player that I know of came in through that way and stuck around. Nothing. Probably the most interest I'd had in anything, like I said, it's about to surpass Pokemon 5, which I actually heavily promoted and, said, here is a video. I didn't try to hide it behind codes or anything. But here's the case where you did everything that you thought that they wanted. You gave them a puzzle, you gave them a little bit of humor, and you gave them a video, and nothing. And so that, combined with the drama going on in the community, that led to me going on hiatus. And so, actually, well, that is what's next. But so it really sucked too, because like I said, I really enjoyed the world building aspects of Missouri City, and doing that on Twitter between Emmy and Harold and their conversations, and the quasi boomer, quasi millennial generational thing going on. What were their generations like? And so to kind of have to take a step back and understand that I was burning out, and that the community wasn't there to support me through that. I just had to go on hiatus and figure out what was next, because clearly I need to find a different audience. I've got a few people that I think really like it and are going to stick around, but for the most part, no one has really shown the interest in it, and that sucks. We all want validation, and that just didn't happen. I'm trying to find the. I'm actually doing a few things here, but yeah, but mostly retweets and things. Blood Scepter. We're gonna get into Blood Scepter. I thought. Didn't I post that somewhere, or did I just post that on Reddit?
I think you just put it on Reddit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Dang it. All right, we'll circle back to that. And I actually forgot. I've still got a couple blog posts to get through. So I'm going to read the blog posts, and then we'll kind of transition into Blood Scepter, and then bitching more about the community. Stepping across. We traveled to Kansas City the next morning. Once again sober, I now had misgivings about driving cross-country with someone who could blow a hole in the earth the size of a Great Lake, but Miria seemed pleasant, if not melancholy now. I was more than happy to let her drive the potluck truck, and we spent most of the trip in silence. Stayed at the house of my ex-boss from the grocery store. He said he'd be out of town, so we could crash there. He also said he had a line on a suite at the President if I was interested. Not sure if I want to settle in the safe zone, but it would be a nice place to have. It would be nice to have a place to set my bags down once in a while. The next morning, we were up at dawn and off in the Gladiator shortly thereafter. I honestly don't know where we were headed. Miria had gone mostly quiet and chose to avoid the main thoroughfares. After a long time driving in a largely rural area, Miria pulled off the road and came to a stop in front of a banged-up old sign and considered it for a moment. Have to warn you, the last 2 times I left Missouri, it didn't go well. I bit my lip. Now she tells me. Nothing seems to be going particularly well anyway. Do you still censor? Yeah, near a coast? Doesn't narrow it down much, but some. Well, fortune favors the bold. She smiled wistfully. First, I want you to take a really extra photograph of me. She manifested an antique camera and handed it to me, then stepped out of the truck. As she walked towards the sign, her clothes and hair shifted. I'm no photographer, but the camera seemed to know what it was doing, so I let it steer me to this. POM. This is actually a picture of my great aunt. And so I've obviously doctored a little bit so that it, reads Sarah. But I always found this photograph so captivating because it looks like she's in this very quintessential 1950s skirt and top and obviously the sunglasses, but it looks like she's been through some shit. And it's probably the most enigmatic and interesting photo that my family's ever taken. So I've always been captivated by this picture and wanted to include it in yard sale somehow. And then the fork in our stars. This is the last blog post that Harold makes in the current iteration of yard sale. The fork in our stars. The middle of this continent is unremarkable in just about any reality. Flat, monotonous land eventually gives way to rockier, monotonous land. And in the absence of landmarks, the mind is allowed to drift and create its own timeline connected only by rest stops and drive-through windows. Miria didn't need rest, and I didn't mind sleeping in the truck now that traveling in it was as pleasant for me as being in a spa. We stopped briefly in Cheyenne, and I had a very generic chicken fried steak. Then we paused in Rock Springs. Miria had grown silent again. She squinted at surroundings that were clearly unfamiliar to her. Her unease grew even more as we reached the outskirts of Salt Lake City in the middle of the night. We pulled over onto the shoulder, and she exasperatedly shoved herself back into her seat. What the heck is this doing here? Why build a city in the Great Salt Sea? I couldn't answer that. The whole area was held as a nature preserve by the Shoshone in my reality. Is this where we're supposed to be and it's wrong? No, I'm still sensing coast, but like coast, This city being here throws me off. She climbed out and started gazing up at the sky. North or south, north or south. Heh, even the stars here aren't quite the same. I opened my door to join her and quietly bunched on a piece of gas station jerky. Yeah, I can't find Brooks Rest at all. Brooks Rest being Brooke the spider, Brooke the rape spider. They have their own constellation in the MCK universe. She sighed. I'm gonna need help. I pulled out my phone. I could have Emmy pull the troops. There might be some weird signals Yard Sale is throwing out there that some of them have picked up on. Worth a shot. I leaned against the hood of the Gladiator as I sent off a DM to Emmy. You mind if I ask a question? I don't think I'm ready to answer it, har har. What happened out here was kind of the beginning of the end of everything, and I'm only now remembering it at all. I nodded, but couldn't leave it at that. This might take you having a full accounting. She sighed even louder this time. I know. Let me have a night of blissful ignorance first. A reasonable request, easily granted. So we do get a little bit past this in Twitter. Here he is in Kansas City, back home again. Probably not for long. We got a ways to go. This is a water tower in Kansas City. It's the Waldo water tower. I always liked it because it looks like this, medieval tower that has been erected in Kansas City for some reason. Then this is on the road. And then this is the first one past the blog post that we just read. So they've already made it to San Francisco. We get a little bit more world building. Harold's talking about what color the bridge is in MCK. And then he's still in Berkeley. And then we also get a little bit of, I can't remember if that's in here. Is that in our Eternal Yard Sale? Anyway, we did hit 100 followers during the middle of this, and so I posted this. We finally hit 100 followers, so here's a topless pic of Harold. It's Emmy having some fun with him. Them. What?
The owl.
The owl. Oh, the owl, yeah. Again, check out Under the Surface. We start to get Blood Scepter. We do get another super fact, so I'll put that up. She-Hulk is a better Hulk than Hulk because she's a woman. That's canon, and that's actually in the show, and you should definitely watch She-Hulk if you haven't. It's really good. This is true even in the safe zone, so can't deny it anymore. Where is that?
What you looking for?
There's more context to the them being in San Francisco, and I forget where it is. And
was it on Discord? I think it was on Discord.
It was on Discord?
Yeah.
Well, no, because it was between him and Miria. If I go over Maria's, that would probably help. She's also posting a little bit during the road trip. She is more quiet, like Harold said. So this is in Cheyenne, Wyoming. This is a picture I took when I was in Cheyenne, and obviously the parallels between this and Miria. And then there's this was actually my attempt to try and tell them that it was Merman. And so it was so perfect because this is the story of Annie Oakley, obviously. Annie Oakley is Phoebe Mosey. Miria would be thinking about Phoebe as she makes this road trip and the relationships that, because she's going to see her long lost. They're going to try and find her long lost love, but she's also got Phoebe, who she cares about now quite a bit, And so, that's another thing that's on her mind. And so, I think, but then also, I was trying to hint at Merman, so it served two purposes. Like, Miria's thinking about Phoebe, and hey, Merman! But yeah, I think there. I don't remember where it is, and honestly, I am starting to fade, so I am not going to go searching for that. But there's more context where Miria doesn't really like the city of San Francisco for some reason, and so she wants to peace out of there as soon as possible. Harold having Blondie's pizza. And now they are, a few days later, it's 7 days later, and they are in Los Angeles. And Harold says, okay, I've had the feeling someone's had eyes on me a while, but now I just saw some doofus in a fedora and a trench coat dive behind a dumpster when I looked his way. This Los Angeles is not my jam. And so this is basically the last thing we hear from Harold before the hiatus started. Let's say with here, Tay Bird on the 28th, which is the day, 2 days after Harold's post. She posts this image of perhaps some doofus in a fedora. But then we also get this, which shows that the story is advancing. Or, well, it was. But there are certain people in the... there are certain people that are fans of Yard Sale that got messages from a certain someone who kind of fits this description. And that's Rock Gladstone. And so the first tweets are from August 26th. Better believe I'm on the case now, Buster. I've got my eyes on the smaller, older guy now, and I'm completely undetected. Shoot, he saw me. My name is Rock Gladstone. I'm a private eye. I'll investigate anything for a price. Right now I'm crouching behind a dumpster, but once he stops looking over here, I'm going to resume tracking one Harold Harris. Crap, he's gone. I have done some internet sleuthing. This is a few days later. I've done some internet sleuthing on this fellow, and I have determined that he has followers on Twitter as well. Maybe reaching out to them will yield the clue I need to break this case wide open. Day later. My first attempt yielded nothing, but Rock Gladstone is nothing if not persistent, so I will turn the nothing I was yielded into persistence. Next day. Thrill as Rock Gladstone Private Eye uses guile and cunning to get answers. I executed the plan flawlessly. Now all that was left was to sit back and watch the clues flood in. And then the next day, damn, I think they're on to me. And so for initially he goes silent for at about the same time as they all do. But just yesterday, or the day before, he says, Hey Siri, how do you build a boat? Hey Siri, how do you build a raft? Hey Siri, how do you swim?
Not as such.
And Eve Ghost just said, Rock Gladstone, oblivious private eye.
Yes. Okay, so Rock Gladstone. Okay, I got a couple left. I did that one. Gosh darn it, this thing is just useless. Screen sure is bright, though. I like that. It's good for these dark, stormy nights I find myself in frequently as a private detective. That, and I just like staring at it. So this is a character that's another character I'm importing from the Halls of Hysteria, and we are going to see more of him, and he is going to be absurd, and he will also he's also hiding something. He is also not quite what he seems. But for now, he is just the doofus that is trailing our heroes, or at least was at some point. And I'll actually pull this up. Is that all in frame?
I'm waiting for the
Okay, we're waiting for the thing to show up.
Looks like we're frozen over in the stream.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's frozen.
Is the chat frozen?
I don't think so.
No, I've got. Maybe it's just yours, because mine's still going.
Okay.
Are
I
we?
apologize, that was just mine, because when you talk to SIRI, it made it pop up over here, and that probably stopped the...
Oh, okay. So are you good?
I'm good now.
Are you okay? All right.
I am the technical advisor here, and I failed at my job.
Where were we? What were we doing?
You were pulling up an image, and you were asking if I could see it. It was a...
Oh, that was yeah, okay. So yeah, this is like a frame from an old like single panel comic I did with Rock Gladstone, and he's saying, "But eating it would have to wait. I had a case to solve, a case so huge, so important, so vital to the very survival of the city that I had already forgotten what it was. But the first thing you learn in the detective correspondence course that I started but never finished is this: never start what you can't finish." And so that's a sneak peek into a character that'll probably be taking up some more bandwidth is Rock Gladstone, Private Eye, because I loved doing his shit back in the day, and doing it again here was really fun. I obviously I'm not going to share the messages that I sent to people, but they were equally inept. And so he was trying to persuade them to tell him where Harold and Miria were, and that's actually kind of why it's explained why Miria and Harold and Emmy all go dark, is because they think that this guy is Velcorp, and they're basically go radio silent. And so yeah, we don't really get much new stuff after that, and we kind of go into Blood Scepter after that. Blood Scepter. This is Blood Scepter, and this is my sort of volley back at analog horror and the whole scene.
Ooh, I didn't know you made special Blood
Yes,
Scepter.
I made a special Blood Scepter frame. Blood Scepter.
Scepter of blood.
Blood Scepter. And so, before I get into Blood Scepter, I'm going to take probably one last break to refuel, and then we will begin the Blood Scepter. Just a second. Alright, hey, it's me, Green Doctor Girlfriend, here with Blood Scepter. So yeah, Blood Scepter is my response to the analog horror that basically swallows any other more well-realized project in its wake. That doesn't make sense. Swallows it in its wake.
Drowns it.
Drowns it in its wake. Thank you. My producer. So, the design is supposed to kind of ring silent film slide. To say this is very analog. It's so analog that it's just still images. And so, from the diseased mind of Iris Jade Grimm, Blood Scepter, a new vision in horror. Advanced praise for Blood Scepter by Iris Jade Grimm. Blood Scepter scared me so much that I gained some idea the kind of fear that is the background radiation of any femme's life, so I'd like to go back to my liminal space now. White Dude Monthly. Again, more advanced praise. The sound design alone is enough to make me seek out eternal damnation as a possible escape. Hi-Fi World. I died from sheer terror after being exposed to this series, but I'm convinced it is still hunting me. Tim Burton, and then 1956 to 2022. The true mistress of analog horror has finally arrived, and her debut is just as unspeakable, confusing, and weirdly arousing as we hoped. Fist Killer Magazine. So now we get into some preview material, and this is the Scar Bear. The mysterious entity known as the Scar Bear will be your narrator, guide, keymaster, gatekeeper, overlord, and will eventually gain total dominion over your mind and body by lashing your psyche with unending waves of isolation, paranoia, and dread. Also, he makes a mean artichoke dip. Scepter Falls, this is the setting. Something as mysterious as Blood Scepter needs to be set in a place equally mysterious, and the town of Scepter Falls has mysterious despair. Built in the shadowy presence of the mysterious Scepter Falls, Scepter Falls is filled with mysterious figures and mysterious organizations that will only heighten the mystery. I don't know. Oh, I don't have it on this one.
They just, instead of Scarber has a super cutesy voice, I will also die. And I'm gonna add a little bit, just a little bit of backstory in the fact that Iris and I love to make fun of people that say a lot of words and they're not actually saying anything. And I feel like Iris is a master of crafting a paragraph that says so much and absolutely nothing at the same time. And so this is a regular way that we joke with each other when we will talk about something by not talking about it. It's an inside joke between us at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And it's also sort of this. It's sort of a poking at how so few of these analog horror actually give you any of this. It's just spooky. It's just generic placeholder like this. Insert Cthulhu-esque old god here, and then this is actually just literally Lovecraftian lorem ipsum. I just found it in a generator, and then this is like a Cthulhu pin that I just kind of blacked out. And then fully immersive experience. Lose touch with reality. Guaranteed. Let fear reign. Live in unyielding terror. Oh, and did someone say codes? Solve codes to live. And then this down here says, oh, this is the code down here says something to the effect of, oh, this is a incredibly vital piece of this puzzle that you will need at the end. Hope will end. This format will obfuscate my lack of talent in new and exciting ways.
I don't know if it'll get across on the mic, but...
poet snapping.
I was in a slam poetry scene, and you gotta snap when you say the spicy ones.
On criticism. The true horror for a creative genius like me is to have my work examined, because if anyone actually figures out that there was never a deeper message, they'll probably yell at me on Twitter for hours. Iris Jade Grimm, legendary auteur. Question. Will we finally learn the true origins of the Blood Scepter? Answer. Yeah, I've got some real deep lore on the Blood Spitter that's just, real deep. It's Gonna blow some minds. Is how that should be read. The algorithm demands your creativity. Not to promote it, but to sacrifice it.
They sacrifice to the algorithm.
Somebody is. Over 12.5 billion procedurally generated liminal spaces. Is Blood Scepter the long-awaited John Deere ARG? Yes. Meredith, I tell ya, it runs like an absolute dream.
I love Blood Scepter so much. Like, I simultaneously, like, die and want to, like, slam Poet Snap the entire thing.
To all my real fans, there are certain members of the Blood Scepter community that are saying bad things about me, and while this is the first you're hearing about this situation, should probably find out what happened from a third party, I instead ask that you blindly trust my murky explanation of this unforgivable breach of my trust, and block any person or persons that has ever or will ever say anything bad about me. Iris Jade Grimm, bend to my will.
Hugo just said, I'm trying to eat breakfast and I'm choking because I'm laughing so hard.
And this is sort of a direct aping of something that a very prominent analog horror creator actually did post on their Twitter. And also this response is: the team here at Blood Scepter has taken full responsibility for the unnamed atrocities they committed under my direct orders. I would like to take this opportunity to express the overwhelming disappointment I feel towards the Blood Scepter team and how they and they alone have damaged the trust of the community. And then in small print here, but more importantly, how they ruined the deal with John Deere. Iris Jade Grimm, the only person you can trust. Any of your friends could be one of the headless. There's literally no way to tell. Trust no one, except Iris Jade Grimm. No way to tell.
No way to tell.
I mean, can you see that that's a headless? That's one of the headless?
There's literally no way to tell.
Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows?
Iris Jade Grimm is a luminous talent and has never held my family for ransom. Wes Craven.
Not once.
Dick Splinter, FBI.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be hard for you to read.
Okay. Dick Splinter, FBI, is the most noble and incorruptible of heroes. So his eventual corruption and betrayal causes you to lose trust and faith in everything around you. You grow to hate Dick Splinter, FBI, more with each installment of Blood Scepter, and it is through this hatred of Dick Splinter, FBI, that you also grow to hate yourself. How do you form a tax-exempt church? I guess I need to put the Bront back over here on this one. How do you form a tax-exempt church? churches are not technically required to file Form 1023, but to be considered a tax-exempt organization. However, by filing Form 1023, churches can obtain a determination letter from the IRS that is considered proof that the church is a 501c3 tax-exempt organization. Hell yeah! Now we're a church! For the last time, Blood Scepter is not a cult. Block anyone who says it is.
You guys just said when you read them in order, somehow it's even more hilarious.
Yes. Scepter Crest has fallen. Scepter Crest has fallen. Enact Blood Protocol Delta Sierra 9. May the Blood Scepter point your way. Oh wow, what a wild weekend in Vegas, am I right? I have no further comment at this time. And then, so Blood Scepter is going to go to the end of, till October something or other. End of October. So I'm not going to show you all of them, because they're not up yet. But the last one is... It's not my fault the teens love disillusionment and fear. I just exploit it for the clicks. And so that, ladies and germs, is Blood Scepter. So far. We're still... So this is going up each day on Twitter and Patreon and Discord. The patrons get each one a day early, and so yeah, that's the big main thing I have going on right now is doing this and just kind of poking holes in the scene as it now stands. If there's some even spicier meatballs to come here, so and then I am planning to do some sort of video related to this, other than this. So still plenty of that left to go, and then I guess we'll switch back over to this and Electro Llama for the time being. I think, by God, I think we've done it. I'm almost positive that there's stuff I'm leaving out. I think there's a lot of... I actually think there's a lot of tweets and replies in there that I missed that probably would have given a lot more context.
Also, Mediocre just popped in. They said, hi, popping in before bed. I just finished up the first 5 hours of the first video. Good luck, hon.
Thank you, Mediocre, for watching. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Good luck on your very long journey ahead of you. So yeah, that is where it stands now. And I want to do a couple things towards the end of this, and so I'm out of Blood Spectre. What do we got coming up? The hiatus in the room. So yes, I'm on hiatus. And I wanted to give. There's several reasons that I've chosen to do this, and I wanted to do a live stream. I've never really done one before, especially anything like this. I think I streamed a couple of hours of World of Warcraft one time, and that's about it. 10 years ago, and so I wanted to do this just because of a challenge to do something to shake up the routine and make content even when, you know, I'm kind of in this place where I don't feel like making content. At least I can make content out of my content. And in preparing things and everything, like the slideshow, putting all together all those slides, like, boy, that got the juices flowing again. And so there's actually, like, you know, some really neat stuff that I did in there, like the Toynbee tile that Bronte thinks I should put on my pro portfolio.
So real quick.
Yeah.
Mediocre said, "Thank you for all your kind words. Much love." And then they said, "Honestly, any journey on the path of Iris is cool with me, no matter how long, unless it's 4 a.m. like right meow." And then Eve Ghost said, "I'm on hiatus. Proceeds to release hilarious content every day anyway, and does 24 hours of live stream."
Yeah. Hell of a hiatus, huh? Yeah. What was I saying before that?
The hiatus.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Anyway, thank you for showing up, Mediocre, and thank you for everything that you've done. You're certainly not one of the ones that is apathetic. So definitely not talking about you in that regard. But yeah, it is weird because it doesn't feel like I'm on hiatus. Probably exteriorly, if you are looking at it from the outside. But doing that and being all those characters every single day and putting up content every single day, because again, like I said in the last stream, for a while there I was making posts every single day and doing tweets and, you know, all of this stuff, and so I'm making a new image, you know, every day, and you burn out. And so a lot of Blood Scepter I actually did in one day. I have been doing more, adding on to the end of it, and then. But that's actually really the only work that I've been doing, other than what I did for the stream, with the slides that I did for this stream. So, other than conceptualizing what's next, I haven't really put any effort into what is going to come next yet. I haven't started literally building that yet. It's still formulating in my mind. So the hiatus, I mean, we've talked about through both streams sort of the reasons why I did, the nonsense in the community, the sort of definitely the apathy. I think the apathy is the key thing in all of this, because with apathy you do not get the creator satisfaction of knowing that someone gives a shit, and you don't get money, and there's no path to money without people engaging in your content. You can't grow, and you can't monetize. So the people, if you like what I make, if you like what Eve Ghost makes, if you like what Ash Black makes, if you like anything that it doesn't matter, whatever your favorite YouTuber is, support them, like their stuff, comment if you can. The bare minimum is just please like, things. Because if you don't, we go away. Or we go on hiatus and then still give you a bunch of fucking content because we can't help ourselves. But yeah, the apathy was the real killer. And then, you know, and then I do have to face the fact that, you know, when I come back, it might not be any better. Still haven't found that audience, so so we've obviously talked a lot about the hiatus throughout this, so I'm not going to harp on it too much more. I feel like it has been beneficial, getting that perspective, understanding that I was burnt out, understanding that I was probably doing too much for it, and not for not enough reward, and just being able to take that step back and look at the characters and see where I needed to go next, and try and find some other way of telling the story. So it's useful in that regard. I would hate to have to be trying to figure all that out as I was still building the airplane. So to kind of have it on the ground and be able to tinker with it is a lot better, because it needs a whole overhaul. It needs to be a different plane. So I feel like the hiatus was the right call, even though it, you know, hurts to kind of step away from those characters. I think where I'm going is gonna be more fulfilling.
So Mediocre just said that they're not even a creator, but the apathy generally burned them out too.
Yeah, because I know you, Mediocre. You are running around between 87 different games any given day of the week, and I can't imagine that is particularly. I mean, it's probably still enjoyable on some level for you, but I can't imagine that's a stress-free way of living. I can't conjure another word for it, but I see that it seems like to me that you feel the weight of trying to support all of these projects because you want them to stick around, and that's great. But that shouldn't have been put upon you. Creators shouldn't be asked to support each other the way that we are now, because like we said earlier in the stream, our only patrons are each other. And I'm so poor I can't even help out my friends like that, and that sucks, because that's part of what I wanted to do with Yard Sale, was to get more artists involved and be able to pay artists, and you know, I can't even pay myself, so yeah, it is incredibly unfortunate what the community is right now, and I don't think there's an easy solution to any of it. I think what Eve Ghost and I have both done is just kind of forging our own path and figuring out what. Okay, so if our things aren't ARGs, what are they? Who wants this? Who wants this? Who's going to actually want this? And so we have to figure that out. And I think Eve Ghost has got it figured out pretty well, regardless of whether they want to admit it or not. I think they're on the right path. I'm still struggling quite a bit, but hopefully I'll get there.
The mediocre said, yeah, that they feel guilt, that they can't pay you or anyone else, that all they have are likes and shares, and that when they do start to stress, you suffer without my attention. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I do not envy you that, and I wish that you did not feel that you and you alone have to run around and support all these different projects, because that certainly should not be the case. Hopefully that'll change. I don't know how right now, because there's just not enough bodies in the water. There's just not. There's so few people that actually participate in any of this that it's hard to say that, yeah, there's going to be an influx of new talent in here or influx of new fans in here, because where are they going to come from? I have to bring this up because it's funny, because Alex Kister's audience does not come from the ARGs. They come from a band that his buddy is a friend of. He has 120K followers, not because he managed to snap up every ARG person, because there's not that many, but because of all these fans. So we're here looking up at Mandela catalog, and it's a false goal to look at, because it's the crowd he got is not from the community. It's exterior to the community. They don't give a shit about ARGs. They just want to watch their favorite band's buddies' pet project. That's the Mandela catalog's audience. And so you can't build that audience.
Yeah, and Mediocre just said, yeah, but he's actually miserable because his fan base sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Eve Ghost said, sings, we're going to make it after all, tosses the beret in the air, we are going to make it, Iris.
Good Mary Tyler Moore reference. I appreciate that. But that also ages us, Eve Ghost. Anyone in the chat who watched Mary Tyler Moore as a kid, please just drink a fifth of scotch.
Yeah, they said same with the Walton Files as the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base.
Yeah. And then most of the rest of it is the Slenderverse, which is, like kids have literally died. And that's the thing, is that this is what's swallowing up every other project that calls itself an ARG or unfiction project. This is what happens. It just gets eaten up by all these analog horror things that don't really have that much to do with it. And so seeing that's kind of depressing too. Like you think, oh well, someday, maybe I'll have 120K followers, but you don't have a buddy in a band. You aren't Kane Pixels going to film school, having all these resources available to you to make the back rooms. And so it's just kind of like, are the opportunities out there? You see something like Mossflower Pictures, which is, you know, again, another gorgeous, incredibly creative, you know, very, very different from anything else. I would lump it in with, you know, Yard Sale and Under the Surface and Cafe and Diner.
So there's a comment here from Mediocre that I want to expand upon.
Okay.
They just said.
Okay.
So they said, like myself, I don't tolerate the edgy kids, and because I do curate my spaces, the numbers and or type that follow those projects don't want to hang out because it's not a lawless place.
Yeah.
And so my expanding on that is that there's been a lot of talk within the ARG community about some problematic minor fans, and the thing is that we are all adults here.
Yeah.
That you chose to court minors.
Yeah. Yeah.
And bring them into your fan base and welcome them. That if you have edgy or hard content, minor restricted, then you're not going to run into the problematic, edgy fan base like Mediocre is doing by age restricting things, because that's the safe way to do things. You can talk all day about, you know, being pro minors and, you know, standing up for them, but if your project is in any way horror related and you're allowing minors to participate, then you're not actually standing up for minors.
No.
And allowing them and continuing to interact with minors and encouraging that kind of interactive fan base, I look at it from the perspective of, if you don't want a problematic fan base, do not engage with minors. You are an adult.
Yeah.
You are the adult in the room. You are the one with the power and the privilege.
Yeah. And it's like, oh well, then, you know, all my followers go away if I do that.
And
well,
that's what it is that they want to court the minor fan base and then complain when the minor fan base is problematic. And it's like, of course they're problematic. They are children.
yeah.
You are the adult.
Yeah.
So what do you have to do as an adult? You have to protect them. And
Yeah.
that means that you might not have 120K followers. That means you might have 10K followers. And that is the hit you take if you want to be an ethical creator.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
that is my big soapbox, because there's a lot of people going around right now, especially within the ARG community, talking about being pro protecting minors, and they are not following suit with their actions. That is completely unethical.
Yep. So yeah, I've talked about this before too. Most of these deal with very serious subjects.
Age lock your shit.
Yeah, the most analog horror deals with subjects that should not be addressed lightly, and they are, and the fan base is minors. That'll always get out of hand, regardless of, you know, who you are, and if you can't step away from that, then I don't know what to tell you.
And Eve goes even brought up that, like, they even considered it because of the sensitive topic, but they realized because of the sensitive topic, some kids need it, and it's not edgy or pro-suicide at all. And that's the difference. That there is content that is minor safe, because you are promoting things like mental health care and promoting breaks.
Yeah.
That if you go around saying, I want my work to be triggering,
Yeah.
you're not protecting minors.
No. Yeah, because all of I don't even know. Like, do they let you say the S word? I know a lot of YouTubers have to, like, censor themselves all the time. I don't. The hurting yourself real bad thing. That's a common trope, and
Yeah, minors don't need that.
why?
That if you're truly pro-minor, and you know that your stuff is triggering or problematic or horror-centric, whatever it is, that if you know that would automatically get you like an R rating, if you were to release that in any other setting, lock it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you're not locking it, it's because you want to exploit minors and the views that they give your projects and the clicks that they give you. You don't actually give a shit about protecting them.
Yeah.
So do not complain about your problematic fan base, because this is definitely my soapbox. I have a kid who's into stuff like Five Nights at Freddy's and into scary things.
Yeah.
So it is my job as the parent to view those things and make sure that they are safe for my kid. And so what does that mean? If I create anything that is even remotely similar to that, I am locking it down.
Yeah. So yeah, one of many of the issues in the community, probably one of the foundational issues in the community, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, these are the things that sort of drove me into hiatus and still, you know, are very present. I think, like I said at the beginning of the stream, every day I find out something new about the ARG community that, you know, makes me want to bolt. And so I am genuinely running out of steam. So I wanted to give some idea of the way forward, and what that's looking like right now is that I go to a more like monthly content drop schedule. I'm still piecing together what that's going to look like. You all have actually been given some hints in some of the slides as to where the story is going and where we will see our characters next. There is going to be a time jump because they're still having adventures while I'm not recording them or transmitting them, I guess. So they're still doing stuff. And so then when we see them next, there will be a bit of a time jump, and however I decide to tell their stories going forward, there will be a mysterious period that you know, will add mystery to Scepter Falls. So these characters are going to go on. And I think there will still be a yard sale flyer somewhere in there. But how I tell this story is definitely going to change. And like I said, I'm still figuring that out. I'm probably... I need to start like engaging the community more. I'm really bad about that. And I think it has also... You know, there is some blame to go on me in terms of, you know, engaging the community, and then of course there's all the depression, which has not helped at all. And yeah, that's the other thing is I'm going to swing into bad stuff, and then we'll end on a hopeful note. We're poor. I'm still unemployed. I still haven't found a job. Still looking so desperately for one. And I mean, that's, you know, if there's, I don't know, I doubt that any employer is going to watch any of this, but you know, that is kind of another reason in my mind. It's like, this is like a portfolio of this entire project. Someone, you know, certainly not in a concise way, but at least in a contained way, get what I was getting at with this, and see all the work that I put into it and the talent there. I mean, I think there's talent there.
I keep telling you every day.
So, and then again, the panini continues. Our ability to leave our home is still virtually nil. And so we're just in here. We're just in this. We're in this room most of the time. And so in that's the other thing. It's like in that environment, it's kind of hard to stay inspired because you're not the things that would normally inspire me, like not being out in nature, but like being outside and smelling. The air smells really great around here, and I can't even experience that much really anymore. Can't just go over and have a slice of pizza. So there are so many barriers to being creative and staying creative at this point, and we really need people to step up and say, because this is what we're trying to do. This is what Eve Ghosts and I and Ash and probably so many other creators are trying to do, is just, we want to make your life a little bit happier. Here's some good story. Enjoy this. Have something. And so I think that's what's really heartbreaking about the apathy, is that we are giving you pieces of ourselves and to not have that any sort of gift received from that, to not have that reciprocated is, well, we've said it. But yes, yard sale will return. You will be seeing Miria, Harold, Emmy, Scallion. You'll see Hopkins eventually. Destiny. They'll be back. And I'm hoping to have something by the next 26th, and there is significance in the number 26 in terms of yard sale. So basically anytime you see a 26 pop up, it means something. I've tried to post like major story beats on 26s. So hopefully and then of course the stream on Monday was on the 26th. So hopefully by October 26th you will see some something from the new phase of yard sale. But until that time, please have a wonderful evening, what is left of it, or morning, or wherever the hell you are. Enjoy it.
In countries that don't exist.
Yeah, in countries that don't exist, like Norway. Enjoy the rest of whatever portion of day or night it is. thank you so much to all of you for showing up. Thank you so much to everyone who actually has supported and in both either financially or emotionally my project. And until the next time I see you, you get out there and you show them how you shine.
Thank you.